Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, in liberty and justice for all. Well, thank you, everybody, and welcome. Welcome to the January 21st, 2020 meeting of the Hillsborough County Zoning Hearing Master. My name is James Scarola, and I'm going to be the hearing officer for the evening. What we're going to do to get things started tonight is first do a little agenda housekeeping. We're going to go through our agenda and see if there's any changes tonight. And then after that, I'm going to go into a set of procedures with you on how I'll conduct the hearing. And following that, we'll move right on into it. So with that, I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Brian Grady of the Development Services Department. Good evening, Brian.
Good evening, Mr. Scroll. Again, for the record, Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services. Before I go through the changes to the agenda, joining us at the dais tonight are to my left, Cameron Clark with the County Attorney's Office, and to his left, Juwan Haley with the Hillsborough County City County Planning Commission. We do have a few changes to the published agenda. The first change is on page 9 of the agenda, item D2. The applicant is requesting a continuance to the March 16th, 2020 zoning hearing master hearing. The applicant is here to can explain the reasons for the requested continuance.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, Clayton Bricklemeyer Law Group. For the applicant, we had a transportation comment that is going to require an administrative variance. Staff won't take us forward if we haven't already gotten it approved, so we're going to need, I would love to have gone to February, but due to the noticing situation, we're going to need to go to March to get that sorted out.
All right, thank you for that.
Thanks.
Is there anybody here with an interest in this continuance request? This is agenda item D2, right? Yes, ma'am. Come on up. Good evening. Name and address, please.
Yeah, my name is Lynn Myers, address 3622 South Hubert Avenue, Tampa 33629. But I'm here on behalf of my cousin who has dementia, but he owns a condo at 13626 Greenfield Drive, which will be affected if this goes through.
Okay.
So I'm just concerned because this is the fourth time that a continuance has been requested. So I'm not sure what the usual procedure is, but there was a date first for October 14th, then November 18th, then December 16th of 2019, and then today. This is the fourth time.
Okay, bear with me for one moment.
Sure.
Brian, can you take a look at the continuance history, or do you know it off the bat?
I have letters I received in the mail with the dates on it with me if you would like to see those.
Not yet.
Okay.
Ma'am, while they take a look at this, have you communicated with the applicant at all during the course of this?
No.
Yes, this is the fourth, and by code, they can't go past the April hearing because they have to be heard within 6 months. So they're within their time frame.
So they're
to be
within
heard.
the allowance,
Yes.
but April would have otherwise been the deadline.
April's the last hearing they can go to.
Okay, all right. Okay, ma'am, so the issue here is there's some additional processing the applicant needs to accomplish. He is still within the development code's guidelines for continuance requests that could be available to him. So one other piece of advice is you might want to communicate with the applicant about your concerns before coming directly to the hearing. If you receive public notice, I'm a little surprised.
I received notice that it would be continued for the first three, but not for this one. So that's why I'm here tonight, because I didn't receive any notice.
Okay. But again, how come there was no communication? Did you
Well,
have a concern that you wanted to address directly with the applicant? And
Well, just to express that, I'm opposed to what they're going to be building. I don't know the specifics. I thought I would find that out here tonight.
so the best time to find it out is before the hearing, so you know what you're going to say when you come into the hearing about what they might be doing. So
Okay, so I have to get in touch with Bricklemeyer Law Group.
so I'm not telling you you have to. I'm telling you it's a good idea.
Okay.
Okay, that's
And
the purpose of the public.
Are they
notice.
required to send another letter, though, if it's continued again?
Yes, they'll have to send out another notice
You'll get
letter.
another letter.
And they can also speak to staff also to get more information about the application.
So
And
get all
Israel
the
Monsanto
information
is the
you
case
can,
planner
and,
for that.
Okay,
You can learn things sometimes that are important to your argument. So,
right. Okay, thank
all right.
you.
Okay, anybody else that needs to speak? Yes, sir. This is about the continuance only. So no, it's not about opposition testimony, it's about the continuance request.
Just specifically about the
That's correct.
so we can, okay, I understand.
Okay?
It's just about continuance. So, why don't have specifically about continuance? Can I give you, can I?
Sir, come on up and name and address.
John Perella, 13925 Hayward Place.
Sir.
So I have with me some hard copies of documents that we submitted during the process of this. I'd like to submit these to you.
Okay, so I'm not accepting evidence into the record of the hearing right now because
Okay.
we're listening to a continuance.
Okay.
But what you can do is talk to the county staff about getting it into the record while you're here. And effectively, the same thing will occur, will go into the county's records.
Yeah, and this is, what I wanted to do is I wanted to get hard copies to you. That was really the purpose of this.
So the copies will go into the record, and I'll have
Right.
access to all of that.
Okay,
Okay?
all right.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else about the continuance? Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name's Randall Reeder. I live at 13914 Hayward Place.
Thank you.
And it's across the street from, just a few feet from where this project is.
Gotcha.
I did submit a letter objecting to this. The biggest problem I have is
No,
that
sir,
there's no
sir,
reason.
sir, we're not doing
Okay.
opposition testimony now. This is about the continuance. I was trying to be clear about that when I
Right.
asked for anybody to come forward.
Okay.
So do you have any comments about the continuance?
With respect to the continuance, is that I don't believe that there's any reason, they don't have a justifiable reason for it. This process has been going on for more than 6 months. It originally started over a year ago. Officially, with respect to this particular application, like the previous lady said, is that we've been geared up to come and try the case and present the testimony. I just want on the record very clearly then that what Mr. Perella had just submitted is submitted and made part of the record of this hearing.
Okay.
I just want that to be clear.
It will not be a part of this hearing. This hearing is about a continuance request. It will be part of the county record regarding the case.
Okay.
Okay?
And,
Thank you, sir.
Well, my main objections is that they have not given any reason why they absolutely are needed to, or why it's taken this long for them to get the applications, because this is a requirement that they should have fulfilled a long time ago.
Okay, well, did you hear the reason stated by the applicant this evening?
Yeah, that they want to pursue a variance request with the Department of Transportation.
That's correct.
Right.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
And I just like to voice on my objection that they haven't given any good reason why they need to do that.
A good reason. Okay. Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Okay. With that testimony received and on account of the request by the applicant, which is integral to the application, I'm going to go ahead and grant that continuance to the March 16th agenda. Okay. Brian?
The next change is on page 9 of the agenda, item D3, Major Mod Application 19-1173. The applicant is requesting continuance to the March 16, 2020 zoning hearing, mass hearing. I believe the applicant's here to explain the reasons for the request.
Good evening, sir.
Hey, good evening, Mr. Scrolla. We were here on November 18th, Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive. We were here on November 18th and requested a continuance because we wanted to make some modifications to our site plan. We did that. On Friday evening, I received a letter from the Homeowners Association where this property is located. They've retained counsel to deal with an easement issue that cropped up in connection with the acquisition of the parcel. That is the subject of this PD application. Had a productive conversation with them today, but we're not going to resolve those legal issues in the next 2 hours. So we'd like a continuance to the mid-March ZHM hearing.
Okay, thank you for that. Anybody here tonight with respect to this continuance request? It's agenda item D3, Major Mod 191173. Anybody that needs to speak to the continuance request? All right, seeing none, that's going to be continued to the March 16th. Brian?
And we have one more change that's not on the change of the agenda. It's item D4. This is major mod application 19-1329. Staff is requesting a continuance of this to the February 18th zoning hearing master hearing. Some late information that was provided to the applicant by staff is causing a need for reevaluation of their parking standards, and because it was late information provided to them, we're asking for a continuance.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Is there anybody here that needs to speak? This is a staff continuance, but anybody that came here tonight that needs to speak to Major Mod 191329. That's page 9, agenda item D4. D4. Okay, and I'm assuming the applicant doesn't need to speak? Okay. So with that in mind, we're going to continue Major Mod 191329 to the February 18th agenda.
That concludes the changes to the published agenda. I'll now go through the published withdrawals and continuances beginning on page 5 of the agenda. The first item is item A1, rezoning application 20-0158. This application is being withdrawn from the zoning hearing master process. Item A2, rezoning PD 18-0798. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the February 18th, 2020 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A3, rezoning PD 19-0935. This application has been continued by the applicant to the February 18th, 2020 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A4, rezoning PD 19-1420. This application is continued by the applicant to the February 18th, 2020 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A5, RZ PD 19-1421. This application has been continued by the applicant to the February 18th, 2020 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A6, RZ PD 19-111443. This application has been continued by the applicant to the February 18th, 2020 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A7, rezoning PD 19-1451. This application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to the February 18th, 2020 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A8, RZ PD 19-1458. This application will be continued by the applicant to the February 18th, 2020 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A9, RZ PD 19-1461. This application is being continued by the applicant to the February 18th, 2020 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A10, major mod application 19-1462. This application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to the February 18th, 2020 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A11, rezoning standard 20-0065. This application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to the February 18th, 2020 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A12, rezoning PD 20-0090. This application has been continued by the applicant to the February 18th, 2020 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A13, RZ PD 20-0102. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the February 18th, 2020 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A14, RZ PD 20-0103. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the February 18th, 2020 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A15, major mod 20-0108. This application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to the February 18th, 2020 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A16, RZ PD 20-0118. This application is being continued by the applicant to the February 18th, 2020 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A17, RZ Standard 20-0144. This application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to the February 18th, 2020 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A18, RZ Standard 20-0149. This application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to the February 18th, 2020 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A19, RZ Standard 20-0223. This application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to the February 18th, 2020 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A20, RZ Standard 20-0247. This application has been continued by staff to the February 18th, 2020 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A21, Major Mod application 20-0046. This application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to the March 16, 2020 zoning hearing, master hearing. And item A22, RZ-PD 20-0093. This application has been continued by the applicant to the March 16, 2020 zoning hearing, master hearing. That concludes all changes to the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Brian. So ladies and gentlemen, everything that you just heard, it can be found on pages 5 and 6 of your agenda, 5 and 6. So with respect to our hearing, and tonight we're going to have applications for rezonings and modifications to zonings. The Land Development Code requires that a public hearing be conducted by a hearing officer prior to a final decision by the Board of County Commissioners. The hearing officer does not make the final decision, but instead renders a recommendation to the board, who makes the final decision at their public meeting. This hearing tonight will be informal. Questioning will be confined as closely as possible to the scope of direct testimony. And what that means basically is when you come forward, you'll be speaking directly to me. Not to others in the audience, but directly to me. As the hearing officer, I'll call and question witnesses as necessary and appropriate, and I'll be deciding all questions on procedure. Irrelevant, immaterial, and unduly repetitious evidence is going to be excluded. Any part of your evidence may be received in written form. All of your testimony tonight is going to be under oath. Hearsay evidence may be used for the purpose of supplementing or explaining other evidence, but it won't be sufficient in itself to support a finding, unless it would be admissible over objections in a civil action. So having said that, the basic order of presentation tonight is going to be as follows. First, there'll be a brief introduction by Development Services Department for each application. Then the applicant and anybody with the applicant can come forward and have up to 15 minutes to present supporting testimony and evidence. So the applicant comes up first with anybody supporting with the applicant. At that point, I'm going to turn to Development Services, and Development Services will give a summary of their staff report, and they'll have about 5 minutes to do that. I'll then look to the Planning Commission, who will make a statement of compliance or noncompliance with the comprehensive plan, and they'll similarly have about 5 minutes to do that. At that point, I'm going to look to proponents. Proponents are not the applicant again, but they are those that might be in support who are not the applicant. So there'll be a time segment set aside of up to 15 minutes for proponents. Similarly, I'll ask for opposition after that. Time period will be set aside 15 minutes. Based on my experience, I'll tell you in advance that if you think there are multiple people in opposition to a particular application, get together and organize yourself, if there's a primary speaker, to divide up the time, because if you can't do it before you come up, I'm going to do it based on the number of hands I see in the audience. At that point, after opposition, I'll then turn to staff and see if there's any changes based on the presentations given, any changes to their staff reports. And lastly, the applicant has an opportunity for a final rebuttal for a period of 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Now, by the way, those time frames are the Land Development Code prescribed time frames, but don't feel the need to fill the time up. I'm looking to take your testimony and evidence as efficiently as we can possibly do it. Remember that I have your application and all your written submittals in the record as well. Try to keep your testimony as concise and as accurate as possible, and I'll try to help everybody do that. We have a number of cases on our agenda tonight, and I'm looking to help everybody be able to be heard. A couple of tips for you. When you come forward up to the podium, there's a microphone there. Take the microphone and pull it down to your mouth before you speak. Pull it down close to you and say your name and address first. Name and address. If for whatever reasons you need to sit down and then come back up again, no need to repeat your address, but there's definitely a need to repeat your name. Each time you go to speak, say your name into the microphone, and that's also we can produce a record for this hearing and know who's speaking. Always, always speak clearly into the microphone, and when you're all done, at the end of this dais, there's a sign-in sheet. Will has it. He's holding it up. So you'll go from the lectern speaking over to sign in, and then you can have a seat again, and that will complete the record for your testimony. Now, because these are zonings and modifications to zonings, we're going to hear from our Assistant County Attorney about the legal requirements for oral argument that govern your participation at the Board of County Commissioners meeting. So with that, I'd like to introduce you to Cameron Clark, County Attorney's Office.
Thank you, Mr. Scrolla. Good evening. My name is Cameron Clark. I'm an Assistant County Attorney. Tonight's public hearing is the first step of a two-step rezoning process. This hearing is the time for rezoning applicants and interested parties to present testimony and evidence. Any evidence presented tonight will become the complete factual record of each application, and no additional evidence can be introduced after the closing of each application. The second step of the rezoning process is a public meeting before the Board of County Commissioners, where the board will take a decision on each application heard tonight. Tonight's applications are scheduled to be heard by the board at its March 10th land use meeting. When considering applications, the board will only review the record created at tonight's hearing and the recommendation made by the hearing master for each application. The hearing master will file a recommendation for each application heard tonight on February 11th. Any party of record wishing to address the board at its public meeting must execute and submit a request for oral argument form explaining why oral argument is necessary. Requests for oral argument must be responsive to the hearing master's recommendation. Therefore, such request cannot be filed until after the hearing master has submitted his recommendation to the county on February 11th. Following this date, any party wishing to address the board at its public meeting will have 10 days to submit a request for oral argument to the clerk to the Board of County Commissioners. Therefore, for tonight's applications, if you wish to address the board at its March 10th land use meeting, you must file your request for oral argument between February 11th and the close of business on February 21st. While the board is not required to hear oral argument at its public meeting, the board can elect to hear oral argument from a party of record. A party of record is an individual who fits into at least one of the following 4 categories. First, an individual who is present tonight and presents testimony or documentary evidence. Second, an individual certified by the U.S. Postal Service as having been mailed notice of tonight's hearing. Third, an individual who submitted documentary evidence to the master file at least 2 business days prior to tonight's hearing. Or fourth, an individual who submitted documentary evidence by proxy at tonight's hearing. Should the board elect to hear oral argument, parties of record will be eligible to address the board if their requests for oral argument are responsive to the hearing master's recommendation, and if they clearly set forth why oral argument is necessary to address at least one of the 4 outstanding issues that are laid out in Section 10.03.04E of the Land Development Code. If the board elects to hear oral argument, the content of that argument shall be limited to the content of the testimony and other evidence submitted verbally or in writing to the hearing master tonight. It's the role of the county attorney's office to ensure that only individuals who have met these requirements are allowed to speak before the board, and to ensure that no new evidence or testimony is introduced or allowed at the board's public meeting. For these reasons, please make sure all information you wish the board to consider at its public meeting is entered in tonight's record. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, and if you intend to speak tonight at all or present any evidence, I'd like you to rise now with me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Brian, I think we're ready for our first.
The first item on tonight's agenda is agenda item C1, rezoning application standard 19-1422. The request is rezone from agricultural single-family conventional 1 to commercial general. Annie Barnes will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Okay, the applicant. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Scrolla. Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South in number 451 in St. Petersburg, Florida. Request the staff has indicated rezone approximately 1.11 acres located northeast of the intersection of Thinota, Sassa Main Street and Mango Road. Excuse me. Rezone the property to CG. It currently has an SMU 6 land use category on it and surrounding it. Transportation staff has no objection to the proposed rezoning, and the Planning Commission has found it consistent. And the application does include a waiver request to locational criteria that the Planning Commission supports. To the north of the property and the largest neighbor is a very intensive construction firm, if I may put this on the overhead. The size. Test. There we go. Excuse me. Site is located here. This is Main Street. This is the very intensive and very active neighbor to the north and access road on the west. And as the staff notes, the subject property is adjacent to more intensive uses and less intensive residential uses. The site is also, as indicated on is located on Main Street, which is known as Sassa's Main Street, which is mainly commercially zoned property, including CG, and again, you have the SMU 6. The livable communities element for Thonota Sassa indicates and designates Main Street as Thonota Sassa's downtown, and specifically states to develop a central gathering place and make downtown a focal point of commercial and community activity. Planning Commission notes that given its location between the more intensive and the other uses, the CG would provide for consideration of similar uses within proximity and would be in a type of buffer potentially between those uses. And Main Street serves as a gateway into the Thonota Sassa downtown district, which again is adopted in the community plan, that it is the downtown and to develop and make a focal point of commercial and community activity. Planning Commission notes the proposed rezoning would allow development that is compatible with the surrounding area, and they recommend the Board of County Commissioners also approve the waiver. The waiver is based upon the compatibility elements that I'm indicating to you and are throughout both the zone report and the Planning Commission report. I will also note to you that, as indicated in the report, that these two lots are currently pending. This is the last step for certification to be one whole lot. Staff has allowed these to move forward. That's just about complete, and all the staffs have signed off on that. But you will note that there is a separation of property ownership between these residentials here and buffering. That's thought to be a paper street that was just left as is and never developed. So with that, what we have is zoning staff and support, planning commission support, community plan and support for locational waiver. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
I don't have any. Thank you, Mr. Bruff.
I'm sorry if I may. So I'm going to put in the record a number of pictures that show the intensity of the surrounding area. And also there is a roofing company that is also located to the east.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening, Andy Barnes. As Mr. Pressman has already stated, this request is to rezone approximately 1.11 acres of property located northeast of the intersection of Thonota Sassa Main Street and Mango Road. It currently has a zoning of ASC 1, and the request is to rezone the property to CG. As previously stated, both parcels are under certified parcel review to combine both parcels as one. Based on the existing zoning and development patterns of the area, staff finds the rezoning compatible and recommends approval, and I will be happy to answer any questions you might have.
I don't have any, but thank you. And the Planning Commission.
Jawan Haley, Planning Commission. The subject property is designated suburban mixed use on the future land use map. It is located in the rural service area within the limits of the Thonota Sassa Community Plan. The rezoning proposal from agricultural single-family conventional 1 to commercial general is an allowable use and is consistent with the suburban mixed-use future land use classification. Given that the subject site is located within a transition area between more intensive uses to the north and west and residential uses to the south and east, the proposed commercial general zoning would provide for the consideration of similar uses within proximity of the subject site and along Main Street and would complement nearby residential communities. The site is adjacent to Main Street, which serves as a gateway into Thonota Sassa's downtown district. As identified within the adopted community plan, the community plan also encourages Main Street as Thonota Sassa's downtown to develop and make downtown a focal point of commercial and community activity. The plan also encourages commercial uses along Main Street. The site is designated within the suburban mixed-use land use classification, this category allows for consideration of a variety of uses, including residential, suburban scale, neighborhood commercial, office uses, research corporate park uses, light industrial, and multipurpose uses. Non-residential uses are to meet the commercial locational criteria outlined in the comprehensive plan as per Objective 22. The proposed site does not meet the criteria of being within the distance of a qualifying intersection under the locational criteria. Future Land Use Element Policy 22.8 allows the Board of County Commissioners to consider waivers to locational criteria. The application includes a waiver request. As noted above, the proposed rezoning would allow development that is compatible with the surrounding area. Planning Commission staff recommends the Board of County Commissioners approve the waiver. There is existing single-family residential east of the site. Therefore, any non-residential development should be sensitive to those residences. The applicant is meeting the Land Development Code regarding buffering and screening, ensuring that the proposed use is complementary to the mix of uses in this area. Based upon these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for Unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank
All right,
you.
thank you for that. All right, is anybody here tonight in support of this request? Seeing none, is there anybody in opposition to the request? Okay, none as well. Mr. Pressman, anything else? Okay, with that, we'll close rezoning 191422.
Mr. Squirrel, before we get to the next agenda item, we have another change of the agenda. It's regarding item D10.
I'm sorry, E10?
D10.
D10.
Major Mod 20-0104, in discussions with transportation regarding an access issue and needing, just been advised that they do need to ask, in order to seek relief from a cross access is being required, they have to ask for administrative variance. That was not communicated with the applicant until the hearing tonight. So in order to give opportunity to ask for and fill the proper paperwork for that administrative variance to remove that cross access, staff is going to request a continuance to the March 16th zoning hearing master hearing.
Okay, good evening.
David Squirrel, Michael Horner, 14502 North Dale Mabry Highway, Tampa 33618, representing the applicant and owner of D10. As Brian mentioned, it looks like we do need to seek certain administrative relief. That was just made us aware of that. It's the same site plan, same layout, but we're still going to have to go through that process, Mr. Squirrel. So if we can, I think, Brian, you're agreeing to a staff continuance to March 16th. We appreciate your support on that.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Thank
Horner.
you.
Anybody else that needs to speak to this continuance request? This is agenda item D10. D10, page 11, at the bottom of the page. Major Mod 20-104. If no one else, we're going to continue that to the March 16th.
Okay, now we'll go back to the regular agenda. Item C2, rezoning standard 19-1428. The request is to rezone from commercial general to commercial intensive with restrictions. Annie Barnes will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Okay, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Scrolla. Steve Allison, 14217 Shadow Moss Lane. It's been a somewhat bumpy and circuitous route to get to where we are tonight, but I'm happy at where we're at. Relatively straightforward request, CI to CG, Gibson's an area, US 41. At this point, I'll just let the documentary evidence speak for itself, and I do find it consistent, compatible, compliant with regulations, Land Development Code, and request your approval.
All right, thank you for that. And Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening again, Annie Barnes, Development Services. The request is to rezone approximately 1.49 acres of property located on the west side of US Highway 41 South, north of Nina Avenue, and southwest of the intersection of Sims Road and US 41 South. The subject property has a zoning of CG, Commercial General, and the request is rezone the subject property to CI, Commercial Intensive with restrictions. The applicant has requested the restricted designation to provide for the following. The portion of the subject property located within the residential 6 future land use category shall remain open space. There are several parcels in the vicinity of the subject site that are located within the CI Commercial Intensive Zoning District. Based on the existing zoning and the commercial development patterns of the area, staff finds the rezoning compatible and recommends approval with the restriction previously stated. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Don't have any, but thank you very much. Okay, the Planning Commission.
Joanne Haley, Planning Commission. The subject property is designated as Office Commercial 20 and Residential 6 on the future land use map. It is located within the urban service area. It's within the limits of the Gibson Tons and South Shore area-wide systems community plan. The applicant is requesting to rezone a 1.49 acre site from commercial general to commercial intensive restricted. Due to the two future land use designations of the subject site, the restriction to the zoning includes language that would only allow CI uses on the OC20 portion of the property. The residential 6 portion, approximately 0.03 acres, would remain as permanent open space. The OC20 future land use category does not require commercial locational criteria. However, the residential 6 plan category does include this requirement. The site meets commercial locational criteria due to its location within 900 feet of the qualifying intersection of Sims Road and US Highway 41. Policy 16.3 of the future land use element specifically addresses compatibility and the integration of land uses through the creation of like uses and mitigation of adverse impacts. The proposed commercial intensive restricted zoning is consistent with the OC20 future land use category, which is one of the most intensive plan categories in unincorporated Hillsborough County. The comprehensive plan promotes higher intensity non-residential uses on collectors and arterials in locations external to established neighborhoods. The request is also consistent with the Gibsonton Community Plan the Gibsonton Community Plan Goal 4A, which encourages appropriately scaled commercial development by enhancing the opportunities for business and specialty neighborhood retail along US Highway 41. The community design component also contains policy direction about designing developments that relate to the predominant character of the surroundings. The community design component further states that new developments should recognize the existing community and be designed in a way that is compatible with the established character of the area. The U.S. Highway corridor contains mostly light and heavy commercial uses, as well as light and heavy industrial uses. The proposed commercial intensive restricted zoning would be compatible with the surrounding land uses. Based upon these considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning with restrictions consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Anybody here tonight in support of the request? Seeing none, is there any opposition to this request? Nope. Mr. Allison?
Just one thing quickly, Steve Allison again. The problems that we confronted in this had to do with the dual comp plan designations on it. It's a 1.49 acres site, 0.03 acres are designated RZ-6. You can't imagine what kind of complications that caused for a relatively simple application. Annie Barnes of county staff crafted a solution that satisfied all parties, and I want to thank her for that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Allison. And with that, we'll close rezoning 191428. Brian?
Next item is agenda item C3, rezoning standard 20-0030. The request is rezone from RSC4 with restrictions to AS1, agricultural single family, one unit, one minimum lot size of 1 acre. Annie Barnes will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Okay, the applicant, yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Christopher DeSalvo. Address is 309 15th Avenue Northwest, Ruskin. My request is to rezone my property of 4.68 acres from RSC4 back to AS1 for the purpose of the land to be used as a plant nursery, fish, and aquaponics farm.
That it, sir?
That's it.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. Thank you. And Development Services. Good evening again.
Good evening, Annie Barnes, Development Services. This request is to rezone approximately 4.65 acres of property located on the north side of 15th Avenue Northwest, east of 4th Street Northwest. The property currently has a zoning of RC 4 with restrictions, and the request is rezone back to AS1. In 2007, the property was originally zoned AR and then was rezoned to RSC4 with restrictions to allow 10 single-family residential lots. Subsequently, the property was sold, and the new property owner, as you heard, wishes to use the property for agricultural uses. Based on the existing zoning and development patterns of the area, staff finds the rezoning compatible and recommends approval.
Okay, thank you for that. And Planning Commission.
Joanne Haley, Planning Commission. The subject property is designated residential 4 on the future land use map. It is within the urban service area in the limits of the Ruskin South Shore Area-Wide Systems Community Plan. The subject property is located on approximately 4.68 acres west of the First Street Northwest and 15th Avenue Northwest intersection and north of 15th Avenue Northwest. The property is located within the limits of the Ruskin Community Plan. It is also within the coastal high hazard area. The proposed rezoning is comparable and compatible with development in the surrounding area. Properties to the north and northwest are single-family and vacant lots with residential single-family conventional 2 and planned development zoning, which allows for residential single-family detached dwellings. Single-family lots with planned development zoning are located to the west, allowing for single-family detached dwellings. Single-family and vacant lots to the east and planned development zoning allowing for single-family detached dwelling units. Single-family and vacant lots are located to the south, where agricultural single-family 1 zoning and a large single-family lot with agricultural rural zoning is located to the southwest. All sites located within the residential 4 future land use category are required to satisfy minimum density requirements. A rezoning to AS1 would result in the property not meeting minimum density. According to policy 1.3 within the urban service area and within land use categories permitting 4 dwelling units or greater, new rezoning approvals for residential development of less than 75% of the allowable density of the land use category will be permitted if a site is located in the coastal high hazard area. The site is located in the coastal high hazard area and meets the exception to allow residential development below minimum density. The subject site is located within Area 1, Northwest Ruskin as outlined by the Ruskin Community Plan and is subject to the Ruskin Community Character Guidelines. Based upon these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services Department. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody here tonight in support of this request? Anybody in support? Seeing none, is there any opposition to this request? None. Anything else, sir? Okay, thank you. With that, we'll close rezoning 20-0030.
The next item is agenda item C4, rezoning standard 20-0043. The applicant is Eric Smith. The request is rezoned from AR agricultural rural to commercial general CG. Stephen Beachy with county staff will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Andrea Smith. My husband Eric Smith is here. Pardon me, I've never done this before.
That's all right.
So I do
You're
apologize.
doing fine so far.
Thank you so much. We're here about a year ago in December of 2018. We purchased a property in Riverview on the corner of 301 and Duncan Avenue. Our intentions were to renovate and put a commercial business on there. The property, when we bought it, had 3 commercial businesses already running on it, and we were led to believe that we would be grandfathered into maintaining the ability of having a commercial business on the property. As we started the process to get permitting to renovate, we were told that we needed to go ahead and actually rezone from the agricultural AR designation to the CG designation. That it's consistent with all the other businesses that are running on 301, and our goal is to be able to demo and rebuild on the property. I believe that's all.
I think I understand.
Thank
Thank
you
you for
so
your
much.
testimony. Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening, Steve Beachy, Development Services. The request is to rezone .68 acres with zoning designation of AR to CG. The parcel has frontage on US Highway 301 and Duncan Road. As the applicant said, the parcel is surrounded by other commercially zoned parcels and commercial uses. And in addition, the parcel is currently occupied by various non-conforming commercial buildings that do not meet setback requirements for current zoning and may have not been permitted at the time. The site will be required to comply, if approved, will be required to comply with and conform with applicable policies and regulations for the Land Development Code, Site Development Technical Manuals. With regard to compatibility, the subject parcel is adjacent land uses is compatible with existing and surrounding uses, which are mostly commercial. The current zoning, however, of the subject parcel is outside the norm for the area. There is a precedent for this type of rezoning. There was a rezoning of a parcel adjacent to the north and west of this parcel that was previously AR and rezoned to CG in 2000. Given the preponderance of commercially zoned parcels and commercial uses in the immediate surrounding area, the subject application will not introduce any new incompatibilities to the area. Staff finds the application supportable.
So, did anybody check to see if this was just missed in zoning conformance? No? Okay. Seems
Well,
like- seems like it might have been.
that was a pattern in that area. There was
Yeah.
some other CG or AR zone parcels, yeah.
Interesting. Thank you for that. And Planning Commission.
Jawan Haley, Planning Commission. The subject property is designated Suburban Mixed Use 6 on the future land use map. It is located in the urban service area within the limits of the Riverview and South Shore Area Wide Systems Community Plan. The applicant is proposing to rezone the subject property from agricultural rural to commercial general. The proposed rezoning from AR to CG is consistent with the SMU 6 future land use category. The subject property also meets commercial locational criteria as outlined in Objective 22, Policy 22.1, and Policy 22.2 of the future land use element. The site is located within 900 feet of the qualifying intersection of US Highway 301 and Duncan Road. The proposed commercial general zoning district is compatible with the surrounding development pattern, which includes light and heavy industrial uses as well as light and heavy commercial uses. The proposed development is also consistent with Policy 16.5 of the future land use element, which calls for non-residential land uses that are near established neighborhoods to be restricted to collectors and arterials and to locations external to those neighborhoods. The site is located within the Highway 301 corridor on the Riverview District concept map. The community plan calls for a safe, attractive, efficient corridor system that contributes to the character and economic well-being of the community in this corridor. The Riverview Community Plan also encourages economic development by supporting local businesses. Rezoning the site to CG is consistent with the Riverview Community Plan vision for this area. Based upon these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Also, Planning Commission staff would like to enter into the record an updated report. We just had to add on the map.
Okay, great.
So I just want to put that on file.
All right,
All right,
fantastic.
thank you so much.
All right. Okay, is there anybody here today in support of this request? Seeing none, is there any opposition to this request? Not anything else from the applicant? No? All right, with that, we'll close rezoning 20-0043.
Next on agenda item C5, rezoning standard 20-0246. The applicant is A Investments Development Corporation. The request is rezoned from residential multifamily conventional 6 to residential single-family conventional 9. Colleen Marshall will provide staff recommendation at the presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Scrolla. Michael Horner, 14502 North Dale Mabry Highway, Tampa 33618, representing the applicant and owner, A1 Investments. Mr. Scroll, I'll be brief. We have staff support We rezoned this property recently to the RMC6 district with the intention of doing single-family attached townhomes. Unfortunately, it lied dormant for a year or two, and an administrative determination changed the interpretation of applying RSC9 setbacks to RMC6 districts that necessitated us to go back through to file a formal rezoning. So we are now seeking RSC9 for detached units. We are no longer proposing townhomes. My client thinks this is a market decision that will reap rewards ultimately. He has completed a townhome development to the east of Jefferson Road. This is SMU 6, it's 1.38 acres. We're capped at 8 units. C9 in similar districts. This is the urban service area with public water and sewer. Unfortunately, we had to go into this process to bring it back to the RSC9 district and going from attached to detached. Staff's recommending approval. This comes before you with unanimous recommendations from Planning Commission, consistent with all goals, policies, and objectives. I'm not sure we have any opposition. I had one call regarding transportation, but again, we are replicating the exact same intensity and density as the prior district permitted. We're just now doing them as detached.
And maybe it's just me forgetting at the moment here, but how come there's not a restriction on the number of units?
Well, it's SMU 6. Staff did not require us to amend to the restricted district. Didn't come up. We're prepared to do that amendment if you don't think the comp plan would dictate.
I just thought it was a standard part of the process, no? Or you catch it,
Not typically, as that'll be handled as part of site review.
No matter what, it gets
Yes.
reviewed? And,
Correct.
okay.
They catch you either way.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks,
All right.
Mr. Scroll.
Thank you, Mr. Horner. And Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening. Colleen Marshall, Development Services. So the applicant stated the request is to rezone approximately 1.38 acres located on the west side of Jefferson Road, approximately a quarter mile south of Fowler Avenue, from RMC6 residential multifamily conventional to RSC9 residential single-family conventional. The area is a mixture of uses with residential development and commercial development along Fowler Avenue and US 301. Subject properties to the north, south, and west are zoned agricultural rural, and planned development to the east across Jefferson Road that permits 29 single-family dwelling units in accordance with RSC9 zoning district standards. Based on the existing zoning and development patterns of the area, staff finds the rezoning compatible. Staff recommends approval. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
I don't have any, but thank you for that. And the Planning Commission.
Joanne Haley, Planning Commission. The subject property is designated Suburban Mixed Use 6 on the future land use map. It is located in the urban service area within the limits of the Thona to Sassa Community Plan. The proposed residential single-family conventional 9 rezoning would allow a use that is compatible with and an allowable use within the SMU 6 future land use classification. The suburban mixed use future land use The suburban mixed-use 6 future land use category typically includes residential, suburban scale, neighborhood, commercial, office uses, research, corporate park uses, light industrial, multipurpose, and clustered residential mixed-use projects. Based on comprehensive plan maximums, changing the zoning to residential residential single-family conventional 9 would allow for the development of a single-family detached dwellings, which would be compatible with the surrounding single-family development pattern. Although the proposed zoning district is RSC9, the maximum density is limited to 6 units per acre due to the adopted land use category SMU6. This is consistent with policies 1.4, 16.2, and 16.8 of the future land use element. One of the goals of the comprehensive plan is to attain 80% of the projected population growth within the urban services area. The request supports this goal by encouraging new housing on an underutilized lot within the urban service area and within an area that is planned for development up to 6 dwelling units per acre of land, consistent with Objective 1 and Policy 1.2. The site is within the Thona to Sassa Community Plan. There are no policies or goals within the plan that address the proposed use. Based on these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for Unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to conditions proposed by Development Services Department. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody here tonight in support of this request? Seeing none, is there any opposition to this request? Mr. Horner, anything else?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. And with that, we'll close rezoning 20-0246.
The next item is agenda item D1, rezoning plan development 19-0838. The applicant's DMD support group. The request is rezoned from RSC2 and ASC1 to a plan development. Laura Marley will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening. Cami Corbett, 101 East Kennedy Boulevard, Suite 3700, Tampa, Florida. I'm the attorney for the applicant. We are here with our entire team this evening, which consists of Mr. Charlie Otera, who's our civil engineer, Mr. Dale Merriman, who's our environmental expert, and then Michael Yates, who is our transportation planner, and then also, last but not least, Mr. Horner, who is our planning expert, and I'm going to turn it over to him this evening.
Thanks.
Good evening again, Mr. Squirrel. Michael Horner, 14502 North Dale Mabry Highway, Tampa, Florida, 33618, representing the owner and applicant of this request, DMD support group, and just closed by our client developer, Mr. Kevin McGinnis. As Cammie mentioned, we have our entire team here this evening if you have any questions, but I'll try to keep this summary oriented. We now have staff support. We have worked diligently, Mrs. Squirrel, over the last 6 to 8 months. This was our last hearing, and we're pleased to stand before you with full recommendations for approval. This site is 10 acres. It's the south side of Bloomingdale Avenue. The graphic is on the screen. We are between John Moore and Bell Shoals Road. This is in the Res 4, the comp plan, urban service area, public water and public sewer required. It is zoned RSC2, a small block of the northwest quadrant, and ASC1. As mentioned, we filed a number of iterations. Mrs. Squirrel, I'm not going to go through all of them. They are in optics. We initially filed this PD plan months ago for 35 lots, which was well under the 4 unit per acre cap. It was a 3.5 unit per acre density, which is the exact 75% exceeding the Res 4 minimum under policy 1.4. This plan before you, after numerous staff meetings and reviews and considerations, we have amended this plan to 25 lots from 35 lots. We have now reduced that density to 2.5 units per acre. We have also increased lot sizes to a minimum of 7,800 square feet and 6,600 square feet respectively, with the majority of those lots being 15 of the 25 being 7,800 square feet. So Squirrel, we filed this plan essentially to replicate the PD that is approved and developed directly to the west of this site. I represented that PD some years ago, 2005. We sought RSC 9 standards. We were approved for RSC 9 standards, as well as a small commercial retail office park on the north side, south of Bloomingdale Avenue. We tried to replicate that. Staff expressed some concerns on lot sizes, did not feel comfortable with the 5,000 square foot lots, and we embarked on a number of iterations to reach a point where they felt they could accept, and we agreed to compromise, and we now stand before you with unanimous recommendations of approval, including findings of fact of consistency from the Planning Commission with all goals, policies, objectives, and the future land use element. While we are well under the 75% 3 unit per acre under policy 1.4 of the Planning Commission, I think we all agree that the reduction in density, the increase in lot sizes, if you will, was an appropriate step to take to garner staff's recommendation of approval. This is in the Garden Estates District. We filed several documents, and I will file in the record tonight our planning report that stated the concerns and discussions on the application of specific Garden Estates District, seeking 1/3 acre to 1/2 acre lot sizes. This is the only parcel that does have direct access to Bloomingdale Avenue. There are very few in the Garden Estates District, which is a large geographical area extending all the way south to the Alafai River. We made the distinction that this is one of the few parcels that has direct access to Bloomingdale Avenue, is certainly in the middle of the residential 4 plan category, and is certainly in the urban service area. We are not on the edge, we are not on the cusp, we are right in the middle of this urban corridor. So with that, We are proposing 25 lots. We are pleased that staff's recommending approval. We also have EPC's approval that was received recently that staff incorporated into their findings. Dale Merriman did a heck of a job with EPC. We've got some mitigation credits that we're offering. We also have some floodplain compensation areas that we're providing for. You can see that in our site plan in those shaded areas. We do have the Buckhorn Creek crossing, west to east, which is the same creek crossing that we had to absorb into the plan on the PD to the west that I did for the Sam Rena family back in 2005. We are leaving that area untouched. Being in the urban service area, Mrs. Scarola, you know that we have to extend public water and sewer. We have to build lift stations. We have to do sidewalks, both internal and external along Bloomingdale Avenue. We have to do street lighting. We have to do curb and gutter sections. We have to do bridge crossings. All of those improvements now have to be financed through 25 lots versus 35 lots. So marginally, we're right there in the numbers. So this was a huge concession on our client's part. And I want to convey that to you, that we're happy we have staff's recommendation, but we ultimately decided that increasing the lot sizes and may offer a unit product a little bit larger, and therefore my client might be able to offer premium values in the marketplace and justify those increased construction costs. We don't have any opposition. I would be surprised if they are here tonight because for the last 3 continuances we have reached out numerous times and no one has opposed. The only phone calls that my office has received is to make sure that we did not flood them in any stormwater event and that we were not doing any attached units, multifamily apartments or townhomes, or that we were doing any non-residential use. I did a lot size analysis as well, Mrs. Scarola, that documented all the lots fronting Bloomingdale Avenue. By fronting, I mean taking direct access to both north and south of Bloomingdale Avenue. Between John Moore Road and Bell Shoals Road. My analysis indicated the average lot size was 6,550 square feet. Again, our minimum lot size is 6,600 square feet. The majority of our lots are 7,800 square feet. And again, our density is well below the Res 4 cap. This is a transit emphasis corridor. We have a transit stop within 100 feet of our property frontage. So I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have of myself or our team. Again, I wish to thank Development Services staff and the Planning Commission. We appreciate them working with us. This is our last opportunity to come to hearing, so we're proud to stand before you tonight with recommendations of approval. Thank you.
I have one minor question.
Certainly.
What's going on at the end of the road and no cul-de-sac?
Good question. So staff initially required cross-access connectivity, both to the east and to the south. And part of our iterations, I think iteration 4 and iteration 5 depicted both, and then we dropped the eastern connection and tried to do the south connection. Mrs. Scarola, there's a large wetland system at the southeast portion of our lot that extends and widens out to that property to the south. We actually sat down with Public Works Department and Mike Williams and transportation staff and planning staff and reviewed the connectivity possibility of that. And by the time you got a road in, because we had designed a road that skirted that wetland and went south, it would not leave any developable lots that would take access to that road. Those lots to the south have a different orientation off a different roadway, a Kegel roadway. So that connectivity was not deemed to be a logical extension. Mr. Williams felt that the eastern connection did allow for an opportunity for a parallel north-south facility further east, and therefore we reflected the eastern connection and not the south connection.
Well, so I want to probe it just a little deeper. The eastern connector is a future plan connector, right?
Correct.
So what happens to fire vehicles in the interim?
Well, we're building that. So that connector is the turnaround for the fire department vehicles.
And did Public Works say that they're good with that?
Yes, sir. In fact, that was the beauty of that design. It allowed both the fire department turning radius and the eastern access connection.
Okay, that's what I needed to know. Thank you, Mr. Horner.
Thank you.
Okay, and Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening, Laura Marley. As the applicant has stated, is requesting to rezone approximately 10 acres from residential single-family conventional and agricultural single-family conventional to a planned development of 25 single-family lots. The site is currently developed with a single-family residence. The Buckhorn Channel crosses the property, and there are several wetlands on the property. The minimum lot size is 6,600 square feet. It's going to be 10 lots on the eastern property line and 7,800 square feet lots, 15 lots along the west property line. The project is in the R4 future land use category, where it permits a maximum density of 4 units per acre. The proposed density is 2.5 dwelling units per acre. So the development pattern is consistent with this request. The application was sent to various departments, and all either approved or conditionally approved this application. And staff finds the application compatible with the general area, supportable with the 14 conditions listed in the staff report, and James Radcliffe needs to enter a revised staff report for the transportation section.
Okay, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. For the record, James Ratliff, Transportation Review. So I do have a revised staff report here for the record.
Great. Thank you. James, any testimony, or is that you just wanted to get it in the record? Okay, thank you. All right, in the Planning Commission.
Jawan Haley, Planning Commission. The subject property is designated residential 4 on the future land use map. It is located within the urban service area within the limits of the Brandon Community Plan. The applicant is proposing to rezone the subject property from residential single-family conventional 2 and agricultural single-family conventional 1 to a planned development allowing for 25 single-family detached units on 6,600 and 7,800 square foot lots. The residential 4 land use designation allows residential densities of up to a maximum of 4 dwelling units per acre. The community design component of the future land use element also contains policy direction concerning designing developments that relate to the predominant character of the surrounding area. The request for a planned development allowing for 25 single-family detached lots with 6,600 and 7,800 square foot lot sizes is consistent with the intent of the Brandon Garden Estates District. The application states that in order to address the concerns of the Environmental Protection Commission, Development Services, and Planning Commission staff, the applicant is now requesting 25 single-family units. The number of lots proposed is less than 75% of allowable minimum density in the residential 4 future land use category. Policy 1.3 in the future land use element states that new rezoning approvals for residential development of less than 75% of the allowable density of the land use category will be permitted only in cases where development would have an adverse impact on environmental features on the site or adjacent to the property. In order to prevent impacts to the wetlands on site, the application cannot meet minimum density. Planning Commission staff has determined the application satisfies the intent of Policy 1.3. The application states that the subject site lies within an urban infill area with a wide array of residential lot sizes and a diversity of product types in the general area with proximity to this site along Bloomingdale Avenue, an arterial roadway. Staff finds that the proposed 6,600 and 7,800 square foot lot sizes are reflective of the predominant development pattern found in the surrounding area. The application will be subject to a condition of approval provided by the Hillsborough Department of Development Services to ensure the site plan depicts 15 7,800 square foot lots along the western property line and 10 6,600 square foot lots along the eastern property line. This layout is indicated in the application's narrative, but it was not depicted on the site plan. The Planning Commission supports the condition recommended by Development Services staff. The Environmental Protection Commission Wetlands Division has reviewed the proposed rezoning. The EPC has determined a resubmittal is not necessary for the site plan's current configuration. If the site plan changes, EPC staff will need to review the zoning again. The Environmental Protection Commission has issued comments stating the wetland lines have been approved and are accurately depicted. The comments also state that the site plan depicts wetland impacts that have been authorized by the Executive Director of EPC. Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent, given that there is a separate approval process for wetland impacts with EPC. Based upon these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to conditions proposed by Development Services Department. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody here tonight in support of this request? Okay, seeing none, is there any opposition to this request tonight? Okay, seeing none. Anything else from the applicant?
Cami Corbett. I just wanted to add, and since Mike brought up the Garden Estates issue, there is a memorandum in the record dated on or about November 27th that I wrote that provided some legislative history on the intent of the Garden Estate District. If you're interested in reading that, I just want to call your attention to that.
Thank you for that. All right, and with that, we're going to close PD 19-838.
Then the next item, then again, D2, D3, and D4 were continued at the beginning of the agenda, so we're now on to item D5. That's major mod application 19-1331. The applicant's University Community Hospital. The request is rezoned for a major modification of existing plan development. Michelle Heinrich will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening. Julia Mandel with the law firm of Gray Robinson, 401 East Jackson Street. I'm here along with my partner, Jeanette Flores, representing the applicant, Advent Health. I'd first like to introduce the team that I have with me today. They will all give brief presentations. I have with me Michael Lawson, who's the Director of Divisional Property with Advent Health, Matt Angerosa, the Senior Project Manager with SNME, Paul Machewski, architect with Hudson Brady, and Steve Henry with Lixon Associates related to transportation issues. What you have before you is a major modification to an existing PD, which was approved in 2003. This property is located at US Highway 301, north of Boyette Road and west of Balm River Road. That PD was subsequently modified by other major modifications. We are here, though, seeking approval for 360,000 square feet of hospital use, along with 100,000 square feet of medical office uses. This would result in an FAR of 0.47 on approximately 23 acres. The previous application included commercial, general business, and professional office uses, which would have included a big box retail, but it is vacant today. The land use on the property is CMU 12, which requires at least 2 land uses and permits a potential FAR of 0.50. This application does also seek a variation to the LDC impervious surface parking requirements, which is required if you have more parking than you're required to have. We are asking for that in order to accommodate the types of uses, such as for hospital and medical office uses, which often will have impaired persons who are coming over there who have medical needs, who the pervious surface might be difficult for them. This project is also located in the Riverview Community Plan, and the staff report really does go through everything. I'm not going to repeat all of those findings of how we went through that process. We did spend a lot of time with staff looking at all of the issues, and both the Planning Commission staff and the Land Development staff have found this appropriate and approvable, subject to the conditions, and all of the conditions that are part of the staff report we do agree with. Now I'm going to introduce Michael Lawson for Advent Health to get a brief overview of the hospital. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I work for Advent Health. Some of you may recognize that name as formerly Florida Hospital. We changed our name last year. There was no ownership change. We're a faith-based organization that has 46 hospitals across the country, 25 or 26 in the state of Florida. We're very excited about this site because we believe that there's an extreme need for these medical services in the South Hillsborough County. According to the numbers we received, the population in that area is 440,000 in South Hillsborough County. There are 23,000 developments currently in active development, with another 33,000 planned. And we believe with that continued growth, there's a definite need for the hospital services and medical office in that location. We believe the location is uniquely situated to service Riverview, South Brandon, Bloomingdale, and Fishhawk. And having Balm River Road there is a great conduit for the latter two communities to provide those services. We also think it will be a great creator of jobs. Typically, hospital jobs pay in the range of $35, $37 an hour. So it's higher payer jobs to keep people off the highways from having to out commute from the Riverview community. And as a resident of Lake St. Charles, which is a few miles away, I would like those services. As I get older, I want to know that there's a hospital close by in case I have an emergency. So.
Anything else, sir?
Pardon me?
Anything else?
No, that'll do it.
Thank you for your testimony.
Next, I'm going to introduce Matt Angerosa, who's the Senior Project Manager. He's going to describe the site plan. I also have an extra copy of the site plan to give to you if I can approach.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Make this part of the record.
Okay. Matt Angerosa with SNME 111 Kelsey Lane, Suite E, Tampa, Florida. I just want to take the opportunity to present color site plan here. You'll take a look here at the site layout. The central portion of the site is where the hospital building and courtyard areas are planned to go. The buildings in that location is central to draw focus and make access intuitive for patients and visitors. Along the south property boundary, the medical office building is proposed, and down on the south boundary, that's consistent and adjacent to the commercial properties to the south, the shopping center. Parking structure, three-level parking structure, and central energy plant are planned along the east property boundary with an appropriate 20-foot landscape buffer on that side for buffering and screening. Main access to the project site will be from US 301, as shown and coordinated with the DOT staff. Southern access point will be a right-in, right-out. The northern access point will be a fully signalized driveway access location. Full cross-access is provided for pedestrians and vehicles to both the properties to the north and the properties to the south. Additionally, a gated, emergency-only, and pedestrian access at the northeast corner of the project site at this location will be provided through the existing Hillsborough County Fire Rescue Site. And the reason for that is for emergency response vehicles traveling along Balm Riverview Road would be able to access the site more quickly. Transit and pedestrian experience is important for this project. There are several features that we provided. There will be a new HART bus stop located along US 301 on the east side of the roadway. And you can see the network of sidewalks provided throughout the site. Several of these sidewalks will have pedestrian features like pedestrian lighting and other hardscape features. Also, we are providing enhanced landscaping along US 301 for the entirety of the property frontage to also enhance the pedestrian experience that way. Both county water and wastewater service is available to the project site on the east side of US 301. And I wanted to point out that wetland impacts will be necessary for this project. Those are shown on the site plan with the red line work there. Approximately 2 of the 4.8 acres of on-site wetlands will be impacted, and our team has been working with EPC since mid-2019 on these wetland issues. So we've been working with them to identify the wetland limits and also describe the necessary impacts. The things that we've done to date are pre-consultation meeting, wetland field delineation with EPC staff, as well as a review of the proposed wetland impact and mitigation plan, among other things. And I just wanted to say that EPC has no objections to the PD site plan. So with that, I'll introduce Paul Mashesky.
Good evening.
Thank you. Paul Machewski with Hunt & Brady Architects and offices in Orlando and Tampa. Just like to share a little bit of the architecture that we're looking at for this facility. This happens to be an image of Advent Health Wesley Chapel, which is located in Pasco County, but a similar aesthetic that you see provides very welcoming environment for patients, calming and atmosphere. As we get a little bit closer to refining the details for this particular facility, they may incorporate some new branding elements that you see in this image. And we will also be looking at having views out of patient rooms into healing gardens and other amenities to really create a great environment for patients.
Okay, thank you for that.
Good evening. Steve Henry, Links & Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. As indicated, the site's going to have two accesses to 301. One will be a right-in, right-out on the southern portion, and then we'll also have a full median opening with a signal. We have met with DOT on numerous occasions on this site and have worked out the access configuration for it and the modifications within 301 that will be necessary to do those improvements. That's really concludes my presentation. Unless you got any questions.
I don't, but thank you for that.
Thank you.
Again, thank you very much for hearing our presentation. We, again, agree with all of the conditions that staff has put on this application, and we worked really hard to try and get the best project we can in this area. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening, Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. As you heard, tonight's request is for a major modification to PD 03-1600, and as you saw, that's located on the east side of US Highway 301, north of Boyette, and it consists of 22.40 acres. The PD is currently approved for commercial uses with an FAR of 0.19, and under this modification, they are removing that option and replacing it with, as you heard, the hospital and medical office uses at an FAR of 0.47. As stated, the site is located in the urban service area and in the CMU 12 future land use category, which does require a mixture of land uses, at least two, and potentially permits a maximum FAR of 0.50. The site is also located in the Riverview Community Plan area, which encourages walkable mixed-use projects with an emphasis on their main corridors such as US Highway 301 to develop with livable roadway guidelines. And those guidelines envision the corridor to be a gateway, giving it a sense of arrival with landscaping, pedestrian amenities, and lighting. The applicant is proposing to implement many of those guidelines in the proposed conditions, specifically enhanced landscaping along the roadway, a transit facility, inner and external sidewalks, which will be highlighted inside the project with landscaping and lighting to encourage walkability from the corridor. The project will have primary access to US Highway 301 with stub outs to the north and south, and emergency-only access to Baum Riverview Road is proposed for use only by emergency vehicles and the fire station, which is conveniently located to the immediate northeast of the project. The area is surrounded by primarily non-residential uses, which of course is characteristic of the commercial corridor. Our review of the proposed development standards found no compatibility concerns given the project's perimeter buffering and screening and additional setbacks for specified heights. We did not receive any objections from reviewing agencies, and Planning Commission staff has found it to be consistent. Therefore, we recommend approval, subject to conditions.
Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate that. And Planning Commission.
Joanne Haley, Planning Commission. The subject property is designated Community Mixed Use 12 on the future land use map. It is located within the urban service area within the limits of the Riverview and South Shore Area-Wide Systems Community Plan. The application is proposing a 360,000 square foot hospital and 100,000 square foot medical office for a total of 460,000 square feet of development, which is consistent with the maximum allowable intensity under the CMU 12 future land use map category. The proposed development is located in one of the more intensive future land use categories in the future of Hillsborough comprehensive plan. The intent of the CMU 12 future land use category is to be urban in intensity and density of uses. The subject property is located in the urban service area, and the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan calls for new growth and development to be located in areas where there are public services available. The Riverview Community Plan shows this particular area as part of its 301 corridor. The Riverview Community Plan calls for this area to provide a safe, attractive, and efficient corridor system that contributes to the character and economic well-being of the community and provides a sense of arrival. A hospital and medical office use is consistent with the community plan vision. The site design is also consistent with the Riverview Community Plan vision. The site is showing several vehicular and pedestrian connections within the site, which reflects the intent of Goal 4 of the community plan, which is to provide for efficient multimodal transportation. The site plan also shows a HART transit stop that serves 2 bus routes, Brandon to South Shore and downtown to Brandon Progress Village, which is consistent with the Riverview Community Plan vision to promote mass transit options. The comprehensive plan includes guidance on the protection of wetlands. EPC has reviewed this rezoning and included conditions of approval as a part of this application. Planning Commission staff finds this request consistent, given that there is a separate approval process for wetland impacts with EPC. The area surrounding the subject property contains a variety of commercial uses, as well as light industrial, multifamily, institutional, and single-family residential development. This area along US Highway 301, which is about 1 mile from Interstate 75, is an area of relative intensity, which is reflective of the CMU 12 future land use designation. Based upon these considerations, the Planning Commission's staff finds the proposed modification consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to conditions proposed by Development Services Department. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody here tonight in support of this request? I see none. Is there any opposition to the request? None. Ms. Mandel?
We really don't have anything we need to add, except I do want to just again thank staff for working so hard with us. We're very proud of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we're going to close Major Mod 191331.
The next item is agenda item D6, rezoning PD 19-1445. The act is Jacob T. Kramer with Stearns Weaver Miller. The request is rezone from agricultural rural, planned development, and agricultural single-family conventional 1 to a planned development. Michelle Heinrich will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Mr. Scarola, good evening. Jake Kramer with Stearns Weaver Miller, 401 East Jackson Street. I have a binder for you for the record, and then I'll move to the LMO.
Great.
Thank you. And Mr. Scroll, in your binder, you'll find our expert CVs, some expert reports that we will not be given verbally today to streamline the presentation. There's also...
Was I supposed to get the agenda too, or was that your version?
Just in case you need it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Just to orient you, the property is about 158 acres at the Crosstown and 301. The property is a prime infill location. This is an entitled mixed-use, primarily residential site. The economic development opportunity before you today, which we'll describe in a little bit more detail, is noteworthy because it will decrease environmental impacts as well as transportation impacts based on the currently permitted project. It's inside the urban service area, designated as a competitive site by economic development, and it's within the Palm River redevelopment area as well as within an opportunity zone. For the presentation tonight, first we'll have Mr. Joe Carroll, who represents the owner of the project, Colonnade Crosstown LLC. Then David Smith from my firm will present the planning issues, and then Steve Henry will wrap up on transportation. I did want to note that Staff did a good job of noting this in the report, but you may see in the record some mention of an option plan. We've withdrawn option A, and we're only talking about option B tonight. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Scarola. I'm Joe Carroll at 10117 Princess Palm Avenue. I'm director at Colonnade Crosstown. Crosstown purchased this property with the intent of developing the site either into a mixed-use residential-dominated development or to determine whether we could figure out a way to use this competitive site to create jobs through a primarily commercial development. The submission is to change the zoning such that we may attract such a user. As our written statement will reflect, Coca-Cola Florida has committed to come on board as a tenant under certain circumstances. Therefore, the rezoning application presents an opportunity to retain 800 jobs in Hillsborough County, add nearly 200 jobs, catalyze the entire area of the county as intended by the competitive site program, provide access to not only office jobs, but distribution, manufacturing, and sales, gain a new corporate community member in this section of the county. We look forward to your careful consideration of our application, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, David Smith, 401 East Jackson Street, Suite 2200, Director of Development and Zoning for Stearns Weaver Miller, also use the Elmo. As was handed out to you in the PowerPoint presentation and is reflected here on the Elmo, we have three categories in the comprehensive plan: UMU 20, CMU 12, and Res 9. This property, and you may recall this property, I can't recall if you actually zoned this site, but this was zoned about 5 years ago for a 3,000 unit, 315,000 retail, and 100,000 square foot office and hotel site. And over the years, there have been multiple opportunities to move this forward, but now at this time we have even a better opportunity, and that's why we're here tonight. This existing property, again, is very well located with US 301, the Selman Crosstown, Causeway Boulevard, so it has great access for the proposed use as this new, innovative, state-of-the-art campus, corporate campus. The current zoning on the property, as indicated by staff, consists of two PDs, ASC1 and AR. The reason we're zoning the property is because we've added about 17 acres to the original PD, which would require zoning one way or another, whether or not we had an option A or not. So this is, that's the proposal. The surrounding zoning is a mixture. We have single-family residential up on the northwest. We have various agricultural zonings. It's a church property. We have some PDs commercial all along the frontage. We have a cell tower site, a self-storage facility, and across 301 there's a mixture of commercial and also a condominium property. On the south side, there's been some recent activity to change the comp plan for some additional apartments on the south side of Causeway Boulevard. This particular site plan is somewhat unique in that we have a very large footprint for the manufacturing and distribution facility, which is centralized to the property. We're in the process with EPC right now, and as you'll see in the record, they have no objection to where we are in the process with them to allow this PD to move forward. But this is a secured site because it's a food processing facility. So what you'll note on the site plan is that we have no connections to the west on this particular property. All entrance and exits for the distribution facility, the manufacturing facility, comes off of Causeway Boulevard. We've met with FDOT, and all access points on the previously approved PD are the same access points that we're proposing today. Cross access is provided to these PDs that are surrounded by our property. Corporate headquarters is proposed to be located at this location. We have retail and office opportunities on the corner of the property. Employees that are working either in the office building or in the manufacturing and processing facility will come off of 301 entrance into a parking facility that's on site that is essentially inside the gate, the secured facility, and the office building will have its own parking facilities. As you can see, we have a roundabout displayed here that will provide access internally to all these components of the project. Looking at the future land use category and what the potential entitlements are, we'd have, under the base recommendations for the categories, we'd have the ability to have over 5.3 million square feet of development on the property. We do have a flex involved on the property, and that flex is only to flex the UMU 20 partially across the Res 9 in order to allow a range of uses that would not be customarily allowed in Res 9. So the fleet facility is generally in that area. We have some utility service facilities supporting it, but we're not doing that to increase any intensity or density on the site. The total proposed square footage is 1.8 million square feet, again significantly lower than that which would be otherwise permitted. Noticing also on the site plan, the closest ASC 1 use is approximately 400 feet from internal drive and probably 300 feet from the existing boundary, but much further away from the actual manufacturing facility. Our closest residential neighbors to the north are over 400 feet and more upwards of 600 feet from the proposed northwest corner of the facility. So we have significant setback and a buffer from the adjacent residential property.
Is that a wetland system in there, or is it just
a
buffer?
What we have, there's a Delaney Creek runs through here. So Delaney Creek's existing, so there's a topography change higher on the west, higher on our side than the slough for Delaney Creek. And there will also be enhanced buffering put in there between the uses. We've asked for a waiver of buffering and screening to be waived internal to the project, but we'll have to meet all external boundary requirements. This indicates the connectivity. Here are the access points. Here are the internal cross-access points. I think we also have a vacation petition for a section of right-of-way on 90th Street, which is wholly within our property and it would not be extended anywhere else, and that's running on a parallel track to go to the BOCC. The site is previously basically a dairy farm. It's been sought after by many and finally has its opportunity to be developed. We find that in reviewing the overall site, this property is well situated relative to being consistent and compatible with surrounding properties. Abutting properties are well buffered from the uses. Its location is a competitive site in the Palm River redevelopment area and the Claremont Opportunity Zone all point to this as being a great economic driver for the area. And as indicated in the graphic, we would request your support and a recommendation for approval to the Board of County Commissioners.
Okay, thank you.
Steve Henry, Links & Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. We conducted the traffic analysis for the project, and what this does is compare the existing zoning that's out there today to what we're proposing. So the existing zoning would have about 28,000 new PM peak hour trips, whereas the proposed would have about 12,000. So a significant decrease from a daily standpoint. And then we also looked at the peak hour. So the green is the existing, blue is the proposed. Again, AM peak hour 1400, we're proposing about 965. PM peak hour about 1957, about 1448. So significant decrease in the amount of, excuse me, both peak hour and daily traffic. And just real quick, want to go through the access points. As Mr. Smith had indicated, we've got access along Causeway Boulevard and 301. Both of them are DOT roads, so we have met with DOT on numerous occasions on this to work out the access for the project. The 90th Street access will be a full median opening with potential signal once it meets signal warrants. We've got 2 right-in, right-outs along Causeway Boulevard. And then as you move north on 301, the first access would be right-in, right-out. And then we're also proposing a median opening that will align with Courtney Palms Boulevard, and that will also be signalized. And DOT has agreed to those locations for the signal and full median openings.
Okay,
so that concludes my presentation, unless you got any questions.
I don't, but thank you.
Thank you.
Jake Kramer again, Mr. Scarola. In interest of time, our environmental expert, Dale Merriman, is here if you have questions, as well as our civil engineer, Josh Huff, in case you have questions. Thank you.
Don't have anything else, but thank you. And Development Services.
Good evening, Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. As you heard, this is a PD rezoning of about 150 acres from property zone AR, ASC1, and PD to a new PD, and the project is located at the northwest corner of Causeway Boulevard and the US Highway 301 intersection. The majority of the site is currently zoned PD, which is 150439, and that is approved for residential and non-residential uses. This new PD will replace that, as well as take in about 14 additional acres, which is located to the southwest of that current PD. The proposed PD, as you heard, will be developed with a manufacturing, distribution, commercial office, and hotel uses at an FAR of 0.28. As you heard, the site is a designated competitive site by economic development. They have reviewed this project, and as noted in our staff report, they do not have any objections, and they did comment that the project will provide significant industrial and office entitlements that maintains their mission to offer suitable locations for corporate relocations, expansions, and provide for job growth. The property is located in the urban service area, and it's within 3 different future land use designations, which are shown in the staff report, the UMU 20, CMU 12, and Res 9 categories. All of these plan for urban level intensity and densities, and the project is in line with those planned categories. There is a flex of the UMU 20 line westward into the Res 9, and that's not to gain any additional entitlements, it's to allow some of those accessory uses to occur in that area. The project will provide horizontal integration with all parcels allowing internal travel. Limited access is proposed for the manufacturing distribution use for security reasons, and external access is proposed along Causeway Boulevard and US Highway 301. There are no design exceptions that are necessary. However, there are site access improvements that are required, and they're in the proposed conditions of approval. Staff notes, as you also heard, there is a right-of-way vacation request for the 90th Street portion that's north of Causeway, and that will be a companion application when this is heard at the March BOCC land use meeting. Our review found no compatibility issues, and we did not receive any objections from reviewing agencies. We do recommend approval, and I do have a revised staff report for you that firstly corrects the board land use meeting date, which was supposed to be fast-tracked to the February hearing. However, to keep it in line with the vacation process, that would have to occur in March. So that date has been corrected on the staff report. And then also, because the original application had a few options, some of those options were erroneously left in transportation's report, so that's been fixed, and it's in this revised report that I'll hand out to you.
Okay. And just a quick clarification. I thought I heard you mentioned the 14 additional acres, but I thought I heard David mention 17 additional acres.
I don't have my file with me with my calculations, but I would say if it's actually 17, that's probably in that same area.
Okay. And believe it or not, I think I remember that you said 14 in your staff report. You did. It's in the first paragraph.
Okay.
So we'll let David clear that up. And,
Okay,
and
yeah.
then if you got to add something else to it, Michelle, you can.
Okay, thanks.
All right. In the Planning Commission.
Jawan Haley, Planning Commission. The subject property is designated Residential 9, Community Mixed Use 12, and Urban Mixed Use 20 on the future land use map. It is located in the urban service area within the limits of the Greater Palm River Community Plan. The application requests to rezone the site from agricultural rural planned development and agricultural single-family conventional 1 to planned development to allow for 800,000 square feet of warehouse uses, 600,000 square feet of manufacturing uses, 250,000 square feet of office uses, and 220,000 square feet of retail uses. With 3 different future land use categories, residential 9, urban mixed use 20, and commercial mixed use 12, The applicant is blending the available density and intensity across the subject site as allowed per policy 8.8 of the future land use element. The application is requesting only a fraction of the total non-residential square footage that could be considered for this site. The applicant has requested to flex the UMU 20 future land use category to the west, covering a total of 7.6 acres to be considered for a recycling utilities use in residential 9 portion of the property that is set back from Causeway Boulevard. The applicant will not be utilizing the intensity that could be considered with the flex provision outlined in future land use element policy 7.3, but rather the use is allowed in the urban mixed use 20 future land use category. While the UMU 20 and CMU 12 portions of the site are not subject to commercial locational criteria requirements, these requirements do apply to the residential 9 portions of the property. The residential 9 portion of the property directly abutting Causeway Boulevard is considered commercial infill development per future land use element policy 25.3. Because over 50% of the block between 90th Street and US Highway 301 is already zoned or used for commercial uses, this portion of the subject site does not require a commercial locational criteria waiver, consistent with future land use element policy 25.3. The residential 9 portion of the property that is located northward away from Causeway Boulevard is utilizing the flex provision in future land use policies 7.3 and 7.4. Because the residential 9 portion is flexing, the UMU 20 future land use category to the east, which does not require meeting commercial locational criteria, the flex residential 9 area does not require a waiver to locational criteria. The requested uses are compatible with the surrounding development pattern. There is both commercial and residential development along Causeway Boulevard. The commercial development in proximity to the site includes small strip centers, used car dealerships, automotive repair shops, and other similar uses. The request satisfies the intent of policies 1.4, 16.2, and 16.4 in the future land use element. This overall area, which includes the Summit Expressway, US Highway 301, and Causeway Boulevard corridors, is one of relative intensity. The 2 more intensive future land use categories on the subject property, UMU 20 and CMU 12, are indicators of the growth expected in this area of concentrated commercial and multifamily development. The proposed uses are consistent with the intensity expected in the UMU 20 and CMU 12 future land use categories. The development is also consistent with the residential 9 future land use category. When considering this portion of the property is considered commercial infill development per future land use policy 25.3, and a portion of the residential 9 area will utilize the flex provision. This rezoning is also consistent with the Greater Palm River Community Plan. The rezoning promotes and provides an opportunity for infill development that is compatible with the existing development pattern in the area. The Greater Palm River Community Plan also seeks to ensure a balance of walking, bicycling, transit that serves neighborhoods, commercial, and industrial uses. The plan states that transportation improvements should address the demands of growth by maintaining a complete and connected network of streets. Growth should also be addressed by maintaining a grid pattern of interconnected streets while avoiding impacts to natural wetland areas. The proposed development meets the intent of the Greater Palm River Community Plan concerning transportation and improvements and interconnectivity and compatibility. Based upon these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody here tonight in support of this request? Okay, seeing none. Is there any opposition to this request? Nope. Mr. Kramer?
Jake Kramer again. Mr. Scarola, we checked the current site plan versus the previous site plan, and it's an addition of 17 acres.
It's 17 acres.
It is.
Okay, Michelle, you good with that? All right, thank you.
I did just want to mention I received 8 phone calls, and no one was in opposition. They were just questions about the project generally. So with that, we'll conclude, and we would appreciate your support.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. With that, we'll close PD 191445.
The next item is agenda item D7, rezoning PD 20-0069. The applicant's Potomac Land Company. The request is rezoned from RSC 9 with restrictions to a planned development. Michelle Heinrich will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Yes, sir. Morning.
Good evening. Sean Cashin, Gulf Coast Consulting, 13825 ICOP Boulevard, Clearwater, Florida. My presentation will be brief. This 6.9 acre site was previously rezoned in 2017 to RSC 9R, and that was 17-1233. Subsequent to this zoning, construction plans were submitted to the county and approved. The site was cleared, some minor excavation and grading was performed as well. We are requesting this PD rezone to allow some flexibility in the front setbacks. We are requesting the front yard setback reduced from 20 feet to 15 feet to allow for attached porches in the front. Additionally, the garage setbacks are proposed to be reduced from 20 feet to 10 feet, which will allow for the side-loaded garages. So this will allow some flexibility and variation in the house plan layouts. Also, we did meet with Michelle and transportation staff, and there's going to be a minor change to the general plan that will allow for future connectivity along the eastern and western boundaries for roadways along the eastern and west sides. That concludes my.
You said there's going to be. Is there one on the current plan that I have now?
Well, the plan that was zoned RSC 9R, yes, we had a landscape buffer that was along the east and the west. So there are going to be sections of that landscape buffer that will be broken up, which will allow for a future roadway connection along the east or west side when those properties ever get developed.
Okay.
All right. That concludes my presentation, and Bill Sullivan would like to say a few words.
Okay. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. William Sullivan, 1350 Orange Avenue, Suite 201, Winter Park, Florida, 32789. I'm with Potomac Land Company. We're the owners of the property. We met with, and I'll go over here to show you on the thing. Is there a mic? Oh, there's a microphone.
Yeah, there is. You have to flip the button up.
As usual, we met with. Did I get it on? There we go. As usual, we met with all the adjacent owners of the property. The property to the north and to the is Hawksfern Phase 1, so I didn't put that in that I met with the owner since it's the same, basically the same group that's doing the whole, we're doing the project. So, but we met with all the adjacent owners. We've got one signature from one of the adjacent owners, but we do go out of our way to make sure that we meet with the adjacent owners. The reason we're really doing this tonight is because there's a caveat in the code which doesn't allow in straight zoning for reduced setbacks for front garage, side-facing garages and porches, and this is just this is the easiest cure except going house by house to get a variance. So we thought this would be the best way. It's kind of a big hammer for a small nail, but it's the best we can do. Thanks. Please, you can put this in the public record.
Anything else from the applicant?
No,
Nope.
thank you, sir.
All right. And Development Services.
Good evening, Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. This is a request to rezone 6.94 acres from RSC 9R restricted to PD, and this is an existing approval for 25 single-family lots. And the purpose of it, as you heard from the applicant, is to provide a reduced front yard setback that isn't found in any of our standard zoning districts. So being as the porches and the garages would be attached to the home, it would follow the front yard setback. So that is why he's here today for the PD to essentially address the front yard setback. The site is located on the south side of Boyette Road within the Res 4 future land use category, and that does allow for 4 units per acre, which this is not proposed to exceed. The one thing I wanted to bring up that was brought up by the applicant's representative is another difference in addition to the setback reduction is the applicants are now providing stub outs to the east and the west. We brought up to them that our land development code does want to establish a logical street pattern in the area. So the applicants have agreed, that is shown on the plan that was filed with the report, so that everyone is aware of that. So they do still maintain the 10-foot wide landscape buffers that they previously agreed to do along the west, south, and east. But the difference in this application is it will allow for those two portions to be excluded for the purpose of an eventual road connection. The surrounding area is developed with residential, rural, and suburban level densities, and the approved lot sizes have already been approved and are keeping with the Res 4 category. The reduction of the front yard setback will have no external impacts, and internally it will allow for the developer to provide the product enhancements which you heard, which is the side-loaded garage and the porches attached to the home. We did not receive any objections from reviewing agencies, and we do find this to be approvable subject to conditions.
Okay, thank you for that. And the Planning Commission?
Joanne Haley, Planning Commission. The subject property is designated Residential 4 on the future land use map. It is located within the urban service area, within the limits of the Riverview South Shore area-wide systems community plans. The site is designated Residential 4 on the future land use map and is located within the urban service area, where growth is encouraged and directed. Predominantly single-family residences surround the subject property. The Fishhawk development is located to the north, further east, where there are approvals for detached and attached residential units. The application is also consistent with the Riverview with the Riverview Community Plan, which encourages attractive residential development that complements the surrounding character and promotes housing diversity. The application is consistent with and furthers the intent of the Riverview Community Plan. Overall, staff finds that the proposed use and density would facilitate growth within the urban services area and supports the vision of the Riverview Community Plan. Based upon these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody here tonight in support of this request? Seeing none, is there any opposition to this request? Okay, I see one hand, just one hand. Yes, ma'am, come on up. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Cecile Glenn, and I live at 11302 Hidden Valley Lane.
Where is that in relation to the project?
It's on the, it's west.
West? Okay, where is it? I got you. I found it. And
This is in
you
letter.
live directly on Hidden Valley Lane?
I'm sorry?
You live directly on Hidden Valley Lane?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Application number RZ-200069. We are not in favor of the proposed rezoning of 15305 Boyette Road from RSC 9R to PD because Section 503.01 of the Land Development Code states that part of the intent of these districts is to encourage mixed-use development. While we are not against design flexibility, we are against the potential for mixed-use development in the future because it is conformable to the comprehensive plan sustainable growth management strategy to which we are opposed, as we feel that the comprehensive plan will not protect the rights of property owners in older established communities within the urban service area. Such wording as create compatible development patterns through the design and location of land uses that is among the stated purposes of the growth management strategy and is found in the future land use element, coupled with our properties assigned future land use code that is identical to Hawk Fern's Phase 3 future land use code, plus the discovery that our parcel is included in the urban service area, has led us to interpret that uniformity and compliance from all residents in the urban service area with regard to construction will be sought in the future. When we discovered that our property has a future land use code of RES4 from both the Hawksford Phase 3 Plan Development General Site Plan as well as the Hillsborough County adopted 2025 future land use map, it has caused mounting concerns over the future of our land use. We question the following. Why would a future land use code be assigned to an already improved lot in an established community? 2, why does this code increase the density from one single family home to up to 4 dwelling units per acre on our lot?
Ma'am, I'm going to stop you for a second. And part of my job is to keep everybody on the same track with respect to the applications at hand. And the issues that you're speaking about have to do with the comprehensive plan in general.
Yes.
And this really isn't the hearing for that. This is a hearing for this particular request. And I want to remind you that this property has previously been zoned for the same number of units. And there's a particular objective this applicant is after, which he stated earlier about front setbacks, and has to do with the reason he's here today. So I'm telling you that so you will understand why I don't think that we need to be going into the issue of how the comprehensive plan designation got to be what it is, where it is. But those are issues that you could talk about with the Planning Commission, certainly, separate and apart from this hearing.
So would you recommend that I just I'm not in favor of the rezoning because of the, because it encourages mixed-use development, which it's subject to change in the future.
Okay.
But
also I'll tell you that you can submit. You have written testimony, right? I see you reading off of that, right?
Yes.
You're welcome to submit that in the record. This will be part of the record as well. But the issues about the planning, the future land use designation can be taken up directly with the Planning Commission, who is pretty good at keeping an open ear and it keeps the public process alive. They're very good to talk to about those very kinds of issues.
Do you have the person that,
You can do that outside of this hearing because we're here tonight about this particular request, and I want to continue on with that. And if you have a specific comment about this request, you're more than welcome to get that on the record.
Okay, well,
Mr. Squirrel, we could also get her, after this hearing, get her contact information and get her in touch with the proper staff of the Planning Commission to answer questions regarding how her property got the Res 4 designation.
I think that'd be a really good way to go about it.
Okay.
Okay? Now, I want to make sure before you leave the podium here that any specific issues you have with this request that you get on the record.
Probably my first few sentences about the that the land development code encourages mixed-use development within a planned district.
Okay. What are the mix of uses that are occurring here?
I don't think that our community should have a mixture of residential and commercial uses,
Okay.
because we have an agricultural lot.
All right, well, I'll ask the applicant again, but I don't think he's asking for any commercial use here in this application. Right? Okay. So if you would, talk to staff about meeting with the Planning Commission as you need to, and by all means, if you want, submit that into the record.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, anybody else in opposition tonight? Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Katie Williams. I live at 11304 Hidden Valley Lane, so I live right next to the Glens. So the only concern that I have is this is the first that we have heard of the change in the buffer between our properties. Also, the stub outs that they're proposing, we've had no notice of that whatsoever. Seeing as how we all have houses that line these properties, I would really like to have more information on this, if that is included within today's proposal. I wasn't exactly clear if that's going to be included within this.
So it is. It's on the site plan that you can get from Development Services. But this is your opportunity to make any statements about those particular parts of the plan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really clear on where these proposed future outputs are going to be, seeing as how we all have properties that line. Everyone, from my street is here tonight. I'm not clear if they're intending.
I'll tell you what, bear with me for 1 second.
Sure.
We'll get it on the record for you to show. Mr. Cashin, would you take a copy of the plan, put it on the Elmo, and show where those roadway stub outs are on the east and the west? Well, I gotta get a microphone.
Hi, this is Bill Sullivan. I want to first show the plan that was given to every resident out there, and these are all on the west side, the residents that are here in opposition, and the plan showed a stub out, the one that we gave them all. So that was always in the plan. It's still here on the plan. It's still on the plan. And then this is the new plan, which shows again, it's kind of stubbed out as it was before, and on the west side. And so this is what they're objecting to, is the stub out. But the stub out has always been there.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. So, ma'am, that's the stub out.
Can you show that again?
We're not going to have the cross-examination thing.
I'm sorry. I was trying to figure out where my property line is.
All right.
And so the stub out is falling right on my property and the Glenn's property, and I can already tell you I'm not moving, so I'm unsure of what the intention of the stub out is. That stub out, I actually have a shed that's in the back of my house, and it's, we're hoping that there is going to be a buffer, seeing as how we're all agricultural and they're putting a neighborhood behind us. I understand that's something that's previously been approved. My only concern would be what's the purpose of it. So I would like to have more communication with the developer as far as what their intentions are for the future. And also, I don't think it's feasible to kind of approve this far in advance. I'm not kind of putting the buffer between the two of us.
Okay, did you receive a public notice about this hearing?
I did.
Okay, did you contact the developer?
Yeah, the developer actually did come by my house, and we contacted the developer. Pretty much everything that they said to us was exactly verbatim what they said in their presentation.
Okay.
It was just basically change this distance to this distance because of the porches. We asked some more detailed questions. We didn't really get any detailed answers, so that's kind of why we're here today.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Anybody else in opposition? Okay, seeing none. Michelle, did you have something you wanted to put on the record? Okay, looked like you were approaching. Okay, and the applicant. Brian?
Before the applicant speaks, for the two people that spoke in opposition, if they have questions regarding filing oral argument, to reserve the right to speak to the Board of County Commissioners. Fernando Quinones with the county staff is available to answer any questions regarding filing oral argument. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that.
I just want to say that our intent is to still have a 10-foot wide landscape buffer along the east and the west. The minor modification, if you will, along a certain portion of the east and the west where the roadway stub outs are, to allow for a future stub out. And that was, when we had a meeting with Michelle and Charles White, that was a county condition to allow for some point in time in the future. May never happen, but the county, they do want to create roadway interconnectivity in case adjacent developments are ever redeveloped for a subdivision or another purpose. So that was the reason why we amended the site plan to allow for a future connection if these western or eastern properties are ever redeveloped to the point where a roadway connection is needed or required by the county.
So let me ask you, in the temporary status of having completed that roadway connection, but it not going any further, will the applicant erect a fence there?
Yes, the intent would be to put a fence on both sides.
So from the neighbor side, they would just see a rear yard fence?
Correct, sir.
Right. Mr. Ratliff? Sir.
Hi. For the record, James Ratliff, Transportation Review. I think the issue as to whether there's a fence is going to come down to whether it's private or public right-of-way.
Right.
And so certainly you can't, okay, so if these are private roads, they would have the ability to do that. I think there's probably enough competing interests in the code that if we wanted to make it somehow clear that the stub out can be, if it's going to be private
of the right of way?
Correct.
Yeah.
So that there's enough room for an interim buffer, since this is a private roadway, essentially connection and continuation of that for gated developments are traditionally dependent on it being a similar phase or another property owner, typically.
So can this be conditioned into the PD?
To kind of pull that back slightly to allow for an interim buffer?
Yeah, and I don't want to put you too much on the spot here, because think about it. You're going to have another developer, maybe 100 years from now, whenever, who would have to then make that connection, and so it would be dependent on that problem as well, right?
Right. I mean, typically when you see, if it's going to be gated, every connection point should be TD9 compliant.
Yeah.
If it's not, then it's typically only an emergency access connection, or it's setting it up for potential future dedication so that it can continue the public street stub out system. But just with respect to meeting the land development code requirements for kind of continuation and planning for continuation of the future network, but also not needing to, in necessarily every case build all the way up to the property line. I think there might be some middle ground that we could try to achieve there. But I did note on the site plan itself, it's showing is going all the way up.
Yeah, all the way to the property line.
Correct.
Yeah. As, by the way, most show, because that level of detail typically isn't scrutinized, but it's a valid point here. So are you comfortable in saying to leave it? I mean, is 10 feet too far? If the right-of-way is extended to the property line?
I think it's, I mean, really it's going to come down to, this is a private right-of-way, and so the control of connecting to it is going to a certain extent anyway, if it's not being built as a full TD9 connection,
right.
It's going to come down to having to work with the applicant. Or the developer, the two developers working together in the future.
See, that's where the problem is, because the next applicant, can want to do everything, by the book, and yet the county will be left with a road that's 10 feet short, and the inability to say to anybody, you have to extend that piece of pavement.
Yeah, I think that's the challenge
problem,
there.
right?
That's the problem, yeah, because then if it isn't, then you're
Yeah.
who's going to build that, who's going to put in that strip, so that's the challenge.
But to the extent that there's a public road option, perhaps, just preserving that right-of-way for, the future is enough. And again, I'm sorry, I don't have it right in front of me to see exactly how it's structured, whether that's roadways may be public or private, or if it's simply. Thank you.
So it is private internal.
Okay, so there definitely is a plan to have this private and gated. So really, this is more of a.
I really don't want to do this in this hearing, but the way for this to be properly done is to require a recording of some sort of instrument that gives permission to extend onto the property, by the developer as he plats.
I mean, perhaps the applicant, we could speak, might pause this hearing, see if we can put our heads together while the next case is moving on. I don't know if that would be helpful.
If I might just add one piece of information, the construction plans that I referred to that were submitted to the county and approved, it did detail the western roadway stub out 10 feet from that property boundary.
The pavement.
The pavement. So that end of pavement is 10 feet from the western property boundary to allow for a landscape buffer with the fence.
Yeah.
This PD also added, again, as requested by the county, another slight roadway stub out to the east. They are shown on the PD plan to be a couple feet away from the property boundary. And they are private roads, but I mean, they could be set back 10 feet. And, I suppose if the roads ever become public and the need ever arises for an interconnection, this PD plan allows for the flexibility of a roadway interconnect. However unlikely that may be. So.
Might I just add one thing?
Sure.
Officer Scrolla.
Yeah.
You've got a very valid point about creating spike strips. And so you're absolutely right that you want to be careful not to create spike strips. So I like your idea about getting an instrument recorded at the, but you have to enforce it to make sure it gets recorded. I mean, we want to do what's best for the neighborhood, and so we don't want to create spike strips.
And that's exactly the way to do it. The question is how we accomplish that.
I guess we could do it in a plat, and it could be mentioned in the plat itself that.
No, because you can't give permissive to construction within a plat.
You're right.
So.
Right, because you can give the rights, but you can't give construction rights.
Exactly.
Could we give a construction easement to the county? I mean, I'm just trying to think of who the construction easement would be dedicated to. I'm sorry to have to go into such detail on this.
And I almost don't think we should. Brian, do you think some sort of condition could be crafted that would
potentially, but I'm not. I don't think this form and trying to on the fly is really a good way to deal with that. Because I'm not. I think there's a lot of discussions that have to occur about what would be the best options, and again, if there's intent not to stub out, what's the viability of those cross-access connections, and
Did you just say if there's an intent to, if it's a private road, what's the purpose of those?
Well, if it's not intent to stub them out the property line, again, I think, like we said, I think that raises the question about, the viability of those in the future. And so, yeah, I just.
Unfortunately, I would agree with Brian on this, that you are most likely going to have to stub it out for now and just. I don't really see a way going forward. It's going to take months for the county to figure out a way to fix this, because it's going to be everywhere. I mean, you're going to have this problem, but this is an issue for every project going forward, because the county is encouraging connectivity.
At the end of the day, the reality is, I think if again, our recommendation stands that it is, and it is, but again, if the concern is addressing the concerns of the residents, the cleaner thing to address the concerns of the resident is just not to have the access connection at this point, because I think trying to come up with some sort of, interim thing, I think you've heard the concerns of the residents, and so that's certainly something you can take into effect, but I think at this point, for this particular hearing, the plan is for a stub out, and then further concerns.
Okay. So one more thing. So can it be that we eliminate the stub act to the west? Because that's an existing subdivision.
Listen, that's not a question for me.
Okay.
And I'm not so sure you want to do that.
Okay, well, then
You
we're
need
good.
to think down the line.
I'm
a
thinking
little
down the road, so we're good.
bit. Yeah,
Thank you, sir.
okay. Anything else from the applicant before I close it?
No, thank you.
Anything else from staff? Okay. With that, we're going to close PD 20-0069.
Mr. Scroll, it might be appropriate to take a quick
Yeah, why don't we
break.
go ahead and take 10 minutes, and we'll be right back to it in 10 minutes. If you would kindly take your seats, we'll get back to our hearing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Thank you. Brian?
The next item on tonight's agenda is agenda item D8, Major Mod Application 20-0094. The applicants of Pepinese Academy Incorporated. The request is for a major modification of the plan development. Michelle Heinrich will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Okay, and the applicant, please. Good evening.
Good evening, David Smith, 401 East Jackson Street, 33601, Director of Government, I can even forget what I am now, Director of Development and Zoning for Stearns Weaver Miller. I'd like to use the MO. Thank you. Good evening. We're here tonight for a project that should be fairly simple and straightforward to explain. This major modification is specific to Lot 3 of the proposed PD. And not too long ago, the property was brought in for a major modification to allow this building to house Pepin Academies, and capped it at 325 students. And the good news is Pepin Academy is very, very successful. They're looking to expand, and an opportunity came up to them to acquire the adjacent building to essentially create one campus for up to 550 students. So this major modification is to allow for the expansion and the use on Lot 3 of up to 550 students. What you'll see in the staff report is this is not going to happen all at one time. We have tenants. I say we haven't bought it yet. The client hasn't bought it yet, but there are tenants in this piece of the property. There's also one tenant in the corner. The plan is over time, as the leases expire, to start expanding the academy little by little to eventually the entire site would be developed for Pepin Academy's 550 student use. Just to give you some photos, this is Pepin Academy right now. You're looking east on Camden Park driveway, the drive here. You're looking east. This is the entrance into the school. This is looking east at the other entrance, which would be where the other building's located.
Isn't that looking west?
Yeah, this is looking west. I'm sorry. Coming from the east, looking west, and this is the building that would be acquired and incorporated into the campus. As is always the case with charter schools and academies, drop-off, pickup, queuing is critical. Mike Razor is here tonight, as well as Mr. Schroenick, the headmaster or president of the academy, to answer any questions specific. But the plan provided by Mike Razor indicates that we have in excess of enough space for queuing. It even becomes, just to go back a little bit, when this was brought in, the main consideration was the blending of traffic. How are you going to protect the academy traffic from tenant traffic? Obviously, as this transitions over time, more and more of this area will be available to academy use. So there's adequate queuing available to the site. As referenced in the staff report, the project has received and applied for and received waivers from the substandard road criteria with respect to having to extend sidewalks all the way out to the adjacent public roadway. This is a private road. So what you saw in the graphic, and I'll just show this again, is there a sidewalk all the way on the other side, the south side of the road, but not the north side. There is, however, a crosswalk. Let me see if it's over here. There's a crosswalk approximately right here that connects the academy to this sidewalk. So that was granted, applied for and granted by administrative staff. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. But that's essentially, there are no site improvements, site changes. This is just an occupancy change over time and to allow us to go to 550 students.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Development Services.
Good evening, Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. The applicant does propose a major modification to this PD, which is 990277, as most recently modified by PRS 170049. The PD is a little over 70 acres in size, and it's located between Falkenberg Road and US Highway 301. Approved uses include light industrial, retail, and educational facilities. The subject area for modification, as you saw in the applicant's presentation, is Lot 3, which includes 2 existing buildings, which are 60,000 square feet each. And it does have a current approval for the western building for 325 students for a charter school. As you heard, this modification seeks to increase the number of students to 550 and allow them to occupy both buildings in Lot 3. And what that will do is it will reduce the approved square footage in Lot 3, which is under light industrial. So it will just be a conversion, so there's no additional square footage added in this PD. There is a waiver to LDC Section 61188 because the charter school does contain middle and high school levels on a site that does not have direct access to a roadway, shown on the MPO Long Range Transportation Cost Affordable Plan. The site is located on Camden Field Parkway, which does have direct access to Falkenberg Road, which is on that plan. And additionally, the project is of a student size that is less than your typical standalone public middle school or high school. They will just be a component of the overall 525 students. Transportation did review that, as well as Development Services, and we did not have any objections to that waiver request. Access will continue to be on Camden Field Parkway, and the applicant's preliminary circulation plan shows that space is available on the site to accommodate the queuing for the 550 students. As you heard from the applicant, there is an administrative waiver that was approved regarding the sidewalks, which was somewhat of an existing condition from when it was there approved in 2017. So this, because the student number is increasing, they had to reapply, and I do have a copy of that in the backup for you. Staff finds that the increase in the number of students will not impact any internal or external compatibility, and we did not receive any objections from reviewing agencies. I do have a revised staff report to provide to you. The transportation conditions needed to be updated. Transportation staff did not find that error until after we filed our staff report.
Oh, okay.
So that has been approved in here. Also, the design exception that they included was incorrect. So this has the correct conditions and the correct design exception that I'll bring up to you.
Okay, one clarification question, Michelle.
Sure.
If you would go to your staff report at Figure 1 and go underneath Figure 1, there's a paragraph.
Correct.
Okay, and I'll kind of jump right to it, but the sentence that starts with, "This left 80,000 square feet within Lot 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
For the light industrial uses. Under this modification, the charter school seeks to convert the remaining 60,000 square feet of Lot 3's light industrial to charter school." Isn't it the whole 80,000?
Yeah, there is, so 120. They have, I think it's 40,000 on the west, so they'll have 20, and then the other 60, so 80 total will be converted. However, that may not occur all at once. There are leases in the existing buildings that need to be honored, so the conversion will happen over time.
Give me one second, because
Sure.
I'm not sure that so Lot 3 contains two 60,000 square foot buildings for a total of 120,000 square feet, right?
So you had 60 and 20 left. So you had the 80,000 left after they were approved in 2017 to use 40,000.
40,000 square feet of light industrial was converted to charter school.
Yes, that was in 2017. So now they want to take the remaining 20 and the 60 and allow that for 550 students.
Oh, I gotcha. I gotcha. Convert the remaining 60,000 square feet, which is an entire building.
Right.
Okay, thank you for the
Sure.
explanation. All right, James?
Thank you. James Ratliff, Transportation Review. Just wanted to place the revised staff report into the record for transportation.
Okay.
The latest one? Okay. And Michelle's already done that. So.
I thought you had some testimony.
I think I did all of it.
Okay.
Oh, no, just the design exception, so yes. put
Okay.
that in.
I will be placing it into the record. All right. Thanks.
And that would mirror the conditions
Thank
that
you.
we provided to
That are
you.
in the report. Okay. All right, and the Planning Commission.
Jawan Haley, Planning Commission. The subject property is designated Urban Mixed Use 20 on the future land use map. It is located in the urban service area within the limits of the Greater Palm River Community Plan. Their request is a major modification to expand the existing school from 325 students to 550 students. The request is compatible with the surrounding development pattern and is allowable within the UMU 20 future land use classification. The specific intent of the UMU 20 future land use classification is to designate areas that are suitable for urban scale intensities and densities. Churches, schools, and daycare centers are defined as residential support uses by the comprehensive plan and are allowable uses in most land use categories so long as their intensity and design are compatible with the surrounding land uses. Future Land Use Element Policy 17.1 allows the consideration of compatible residential support uses within the future land use element of the comprehensive plan. Within most future land use classifications. Also, the community design component in the future land use element of the comprehensive plan contains policy direction about designing developments that relate to the predominant character of the surroundings. It further states that new developments should recognize the existing community and be designed in a way that is compatible with the established character of an area. The proposed modification is consistent with this with the policy direction in the community design component. The site falls within the limits of the Greater Palm River Community Plan, which promotes the opportunity for compatible, well-designed public uses and recognizes the need for appropriate public and private schools as growth occurs. As such, the requested modification is consistent with the vision of the community plan. Based upon these considerations, the Planning Commission finds the proposed major modification consistent with the future of Hillsborough comprehensive plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to conditions proposed by the Hillsborough County Development Services Department. Also, Planning Commission staff would like to file an updated report with an added map. The report did not change. We just want to add on the future land use map and place that into the record. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, and is there anybody here tonight in support of this request? Okay, seeing none, is there any opposition to the request? And anything from the applicant? There you are.
No, sir. Just to agree with Michelle, we basically had 40,000 in one building with 20,000 leased. The whole campus is going to 120,000 square feet in the pod in the future.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll close Major Mod 200094.
Next item is agenda item D9, rezoning PD 20-0101. The applicant's TSP Companies Incorporated. The request is rezone from RSC2, AR, and RSC2 with restrictions to rezone to a planned development. Israel Monsanto will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. For the record, I am David Wright, president of TSP Companies. Our address is P.O. Box 1016, Tampa, Florida 33601. Tonight, I am presenting a request to rezone 5 parcels totaling approximately 36 acres of land from residential single-family conventional and agricultural rural to planned development. The property is located on the south side of Joey Butt Road, 3/4 of a mile east of Williams Road in Thonotosassa. It is located within the Thonotosassa Community Plan and the urban service area. Future land use designation is Res 4. And the request is to rezone the property to allow up to 133 single-family detached units at a net density of 3.69 units per acre. There are no wetlands located on the subject property, and the property is not mapped as significant wildlife habitat. The project design team that participated in the development of this PD application are TSP companies, including myself and Tim Powell, Level Up Consulting's Trent Stevenson and Will Bratz for civil, drainage engineering, and site planning. Razor Transportation Consulting's Mike Razor for transportation access management. We began working on this PD application in June of 2019. We participated in a PD zoning pre-application meeting with Development Services and Planning Commission staffs August 4th, 2019. Prior to filing the PD zoning application, we held a community information meeting September 17th, 2019. Invitations to the meeting were sent utilizing the county's public notice mailing methodology, and the meeting was held at the Thonotosassa SDA Church located at 9525 Joe Ebert Road. Approximately 30 citizens attended the community input meeting. They were provided information about the PD zoning process, the proposed residential development, and they were encouraged to ask questions and share any concerns they have with the project. The citizen response was generally positive, and I will submit copies of the attendance sign-in sheets and meeting notes into the record for your review. The zoning and land uses of the surrounding properties are agricultural, single-family, conventional. ASC 1 to the north developed as single-family residences. Agricultural, single-family, conventional. ASC 1 to the east developed as the Bloomfield Hills subdivision. And PD to the south and west developed as the Toulon subdivision, which is a gated community with entitlements for 277 single-family detached units under the RSC 2 standards. Comprehensive Plan Policy 1.4 defines compatibility as the characteristics of different uses or activities or design which allow them to be located near or adjacent to each other in harmony. Some elements affecting compatibility include the following: height, scale, mass, and bulk of structures, pedestrian or vehicular traffic, circulation, access, and parking impacts. Landscaping, lighting, noise, odor, and architectural compatibility does not mean the same as. Rather, refers to the sensitivity of development proposal in maintaining the character of existing development. The PD was designed to take advantage of the following existing and proposed features in order to achieve an acceptable level of compatibility with the surrounding properties. Most of the lots along the PD's eastern boundary are proposed to be located adjacent to the existing stormwater management pond, providing a substantial buffer between the existing ASC 1 residences and the PD. The existing Timmons Road right-of-way is also located between the proposed PD and the ASC 1 zone properties to the east, providing an additional buffer area ranging in width from 23 feet to 33 feet. The PD's proposed stormwater management pond is proposed to be located at the southwest corner of the PD to provide a substantial buffer to the Toulon subdivision. And there is also an existing 30-foot wide drainage easement within the Toulon subdivision and along the PD's south and west boundaries, increasing the buffer between the PD and the Toulon development. The PD is also proposing type A screening between the PD and the Toulon development, in addition to the existing 6-foot tall fencing. Joe Ebert Road is designated as a suburban scenic corridor requiring a 15-foot minimum landscape buffer along the project's frontage, and the PD is proposing to increase the buffer width to 25 feet to provide additional buffering to the ASC 1 zone properties on the north side of the road. Additionally, the proposed homes adjacent to Joe Ebert Road will be placed so that the side yards face Joe Ebert Road. The landscape and hardscape along Joe Ebert Road will be designed with a rural character, including a fence design consistent with other rural areas of the county, such as Keystone, Odessa, and Lutz. And the proposed homes located adjacent to existing AS1 zone properties on the west side of the PD will be restricted to single story. The PD is proposing 6,000 square foot minimum lot sizes, but will also include 8,400 square foot lots adjacent to the ASC1 zone properties to the east of the PD. And I prepared an exhibit identifying where all those occur, and I submitted that in your packet and into the record. The roads within the PD are proposed to be public, with one full access point and one emergency access point proposed to be provided along Joe Ebert Road. As Joe Ebert Road is a substandard road, a variance request was submitted and approved under the criteria in LDC Section 6.0402B. Razor Transportation Consulting's Mike Razor is available to answer any questions related to the transportation study and administrative variance. Cross-access is not proposed to be provided to any of the surrounding properties due to the following existing physical constraints. The ASC1 properties to the east are developed as platted single-family detached lots without the provision of right-of-way for a connection. The PD zone property to the south is part of the Toulon subdivision, which is a gated community with private streets. And the AS1 zone properties to the west are platted single-family detached lots with direct access to Joe Ebert Road. As previously stated, the proposed PD is located within the urban service area and proposed to connect to the public water and sewer systems. The subject property is located in unincorporated Hillsborough County and is required to pay county parks and school impact fees and transportation mobility fees. The applicant is not requesting any planned development PD variations for site design found in LDC sections 6.0500, 6.0600, or 6.0700. Due to the amount of previously submitted documentation supporting this project, I will limit my presentation by presenting the following summary of submitted supporting documentation, noting that I am referencing and requesting the entire county zoning file be considered as part of the record. Environmental Protection Commission staff conducted an inspection of the site and confirmed that no wetlands or other surface waters exist within the subject property. Therefore, EPC staff does not object to the planned development zoning. Following is a summary of the Planning Commission staff's review that concluded in a finding that the request is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Although the applicant is not maximizing the density that could be developed under the Res 4 future land use, the proposed PD does meet the minimum density requirement under Policy 1.2. Buffering and screening above the county's minimum requirements is proposed to be utilized to mitigate any impacts to the surrounding rural residential lots, consistent with Policy 12-1.1. Comprehensive plan policies both encourage diversity of lot sizes and mitigation of lots in new developments adjacent to lower density uses. The adopted definition of compatibility indicates it does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of development proposal and maintaining character of existing developments. The overall area contains mostly single-family residential developments, and planned development rezoning with single-family residential lots is compatible with the existing development pattern. The request is meeting the intent of the Thonotosassa Community Plan by maintaining the existing diversity of housing types and styles. The request would encourage development that complements the surrounding character of the area. In conclusion, the development team has spent extensive time over the past 8 months preparing for this hearing and providing competent and substantial expert documentation and analysis of the proposed entitlements. RZ-20-0101 has achieved full compliance with the criteria of the county's comprehensive plan. The plan's livable communities element, the Thonotosassa Community Plan, the Land Development Code's plan development, the county's transportation technical manual, the county's environmental regulations, and the needs of the Hillsborough County School District. All of the above compliance determinations were based on competent and substantial county professional staff reviews. The proposed PD zoning has been deemed to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and has been found to be compliant with the Land Development Code and to be approvable with conditions. The party of record includes a letter objecting to the PD from David and Cindy Nelson. However, the Nelson's letter does not provide any competent and substantial evidence to support their objection or the denial of the request. Based on the reference submitted documentation, I respectfully request your recommendation of approval.
So tracks A and B, how do they gain access? Residential tracks A and B.
Tract A already has an existing access onto Joe Ebert Road, and there is a condition of approval that would require that to have an access easement granted so that those two properties would share that access per the county's requirements.
Ooh, there's two properties. Which two properties, A and B?
No, the two properties that connect to Tract A on either side of it. Because they have a shared driveway. Those properties are going to be retained by the current property owners. So they will just become, they'll basically stay the way they are.
And track B?
Same.
Same what?
It's not intended to be developed within the PD. It will be retained by the adjacent property owner.
It's going to take access off of Joe Ebert Road?
I think the PD has a condition of approval that it would be required to have access through the PD.
So where does he, show me on the plan where the access is from.
It's intended for it to have access off of Joe Ebert.
Oh, okay. And then there's an appendage of land all the way at the northeast corner that is sort of unlabeled and just sitting out there. What is that piece of land?
That will be common area within the PD. It will be maintained by the development, the landscape.
Okay. All right, thank you. And Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening, Israel Monsanto, Development Services. I will go to the real quick. As the applicant stated, the request tonight is to seek a rezone to 5 parcels currently zoned residential single-family conventional, RZ-2, and agricultural rural to plan development to allow a maximum of 133 single-family detached dwelling units. The site has a future land use classification of Res 4, which permits a maximum density of 4 dwelling units per the acre. Additionally, the site is in the Town of Sasasa community plan and within the urban service area. Therefore, it is required to connect to public utilities. The proposed PD is approximately 36 acres in size and is located on the south side of Joe Ever Road, 3/4 miles east of Williams Road in Town of Sasasa. The proposed number of lots is below the maximum density permitted by the future land use of residential 4, and the project would meet the requirement of a minimum 75% of the density allowed in the future land use designation. Parcels north and east of the site are within the residential 1 future land use, and they are outside of the urban service area. So this project is in the edge of the urban service area, which goes east-west up to here and then south. So all these areas here is within the urban service area. The proposed single-family lots will be a minimum of 6,000 square feet in size and 50 feet in width. The project will also contemplate 70-foot wide lots, 8,400 square feet along the east side of the development, adjacent to ASC1 zone properties to the east. These larger lots will have increased side and rear yard setbacks. Joe Ever Road is an scenic corridor. Therefore, a 15-foot buffer is required per land development code. The applicant, however, is increasing the buffer to 25 feet. Proposed homes along this buffer will be placed so that side yards will face Joe Ever Road. The applicant is also proposing landscape and hardscape along the Joe Ever Road to be designed with a rural character. Landscaping will consist of native drought-resistant vegetation. An existing unimproved right-of-way, which is Timmons Road, is located between the project and the adjacent subdivision to the east. This will be providing additional buffer areas ranging in width from 21 feet to 33 feet. The PD stormwater pond is proposed to be located at the southwest corner of the PD to provide a buffer to the plan development 99-0396, known as the Tulum subdivision, to the west and south. Type A screening consisting of evergreen plants, 6 feet in height at the time of planting, providing an overall screening opacity of 75% is proposed to be placed along the south line of the PD. One full access is being proposed of Joe Ever, and then a second one for emergency purposes. As the applicant stated, these 2 parcels today are using this shared access. This will be as is, and there will be an easement recorded for these 2 properties. Now, tract B will be left as a tract for common area open space. Now, in the event tract B becomes a single family lot, then it will have to provide access internally. It won't have an access of Joe Ever. That's for clarification purposes.
Okay, Mr. Monsanto, I'm picking up some confusion here, and I think you believe where you're at with that. I don't think the applicant does, based on what their testimony was. Trying to decide whether we should take that up right now, or what's your preference? It's really, you're going through your staff report, so we have an issue there, I think. So
okay, I will finish real quick, and then we can
okay,
go back.
Good.
Yes. Transportation staff reviewed the application and identified that Joe Ever is a substandard road. The applicant submitted a variance request and provided justifications based on criteria in the section 60402B of the Land Development Code. The request was reviewed and approved by the county engineer. Adjacent zonings districts permits residential uses today. The plan development 990396, located to the west and south, is currently developed with lots subject to the RZ2 standards. This plan development, which are half-acre lots, minimum size. The PD is approved for up to 277 single-family units. The PD is currently developed with more than 130 lots for phases 1 and 2. Larger lots, 8,400 square feet, will be located, again, like I said before, adjacent to the east. Staff received letters of opposition to this development stating concerns with the wildlife existing on the subject site, traffic impacts, compatibility with nearby development patterns. The proposed project would be required by natural resources to be reviewed for wildlife habitat through the subdivision review process for final approvals. Additionally, the developer will be required to build a turn lane at the project's entrance. The area today mostly consists of residential uses and agricultural land. Parcels along Joe Ever Road are developed with single-family lots ranging from half acre to over 3 acres in size. Residential subdivisions currently exist adjacent to the west and south and east of the subject site. The project is located within the urban service area and will connect to water and sewer. Additionally, the site is below the maximum density of Res 4 per the future land use and meets the minimum density requirement. Although larger residential lots currently exist surrounding the subject site, the project will provide standards, buffers, elements of rural character, site design, and restrictions, which include single-story homes along the west, increased landscape buffer, and split rail fences adjacent to Joe Ever Road, and larger lots along the east PD line to ensure compatibility with the area and provide a transition to the adjacent agricultural zone parcels, which have a lower density. Planning Commission staff found the request consistent with the comprehensive plan, and no objections were received by reviewing agencies. Based on the above, staff recommends approval with the conditions.
Okay.
I will be submitting a revised staff report. The applicant originally agreed to limit the single-family units along the west for a single story. We added reduced setback, but that wasn't a discussion between the applicants, so we recognize that the applicant only agreed to the single story, so the staff report will recognize that single story along the west and then the regular setbacks as originally proposed by the applicant.
Okay. Let's take up the Track B issue now. So,
Clarification.
go ahead.
Again, David Wright for the record. Tract A
If
will
we
be...
could get the Elmo back up again.
Oh.
There you go.
Tract A will be deeded to the property to the west of it. Tract B will be deeded to this property, and we don't know whether or not...
To say to the west of it.
To the west of it. We don't know whether or not this will ever develop as an individual tract or not. We don't know what will happen to that. And so access is not being provided at this time. It currently has access somewhere in this area right here that's not shown on the plan.
Okay, so I'm trying to get to whatever bottom lines I can. So it is not going to be dedicated as, Track B will not be dedicated as common area.
That's correct.
Okay. But the far eastern appendage that's henceforth unlabeled is going to be common area.
Tracks A and B were labeled as tracks because they're not going to be common area. This is going to be common area. These two tracks will be deeded to the adjacent properties to the west of each of them.
Okay.
They were included in the PD for density purposes.
All right, now this is just a test, but I haven't reread that condition that talks about the side yards to Joe Ebert Road. But Mr. Monsanto, can you find the condition that says that? What I'm going to check for here is to see that it doesn't accidentally apply to those properties that are in the PD that are going to be given to the properties to the west of them, tracks A and B.
Well, there's currently no single-family residence on those tracks.
Yeah, but if there's a condition that says that's going to be within your PD, and if there's a condition that says lots along Joe Ebert Road have side yards, you see what I'm getting at?
Carol, I think that condition will have to be added
Okay.
on the, probably under condition number 2.
All right, then let's do this, Mr. Monsanto, so I don't belabor
Yes.
the issue.
Yes.
When it's added to a revised staff report, make sure it's worded in such a way that it doesn't accidentally include tracks A and B.
That's
all.
a good point.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right, and the Planning Commission.
Jawan Haley, Planning Commission. The subject property is designated Residential 4 on the future land use map. It is located within the urban service area within the limits of the Thona-Tasassa Community Plan. The application is requesting a plan development for the purpose of developing a maximum of 133 single-family residential units. The proposed request is consistent with an allowable use within the Residential 4 future land use classification. The site is within the urban service area and is subject to the future land use element minimum density policies. The immediate area is a combination of agricultural and low-density residential future land use designations. With an acreage of 36.04, the site can be considered for up to 144 residential units. Though the applicant is not maximizing the units that can be considered, the request is still meeting minimum density requirements per policy 1.2 of the future land use element, allowing sites flexibility to develop at or above the minimum density policy assist the county in reaching a greater utilization of land within the urban service area. The subject property is on the edge of the urban service area, and the proposed application would allow single-family detached residential lots at a minimum of 6,000 square feet. However, to minimize impacts to the lower density development to the east, the proposed lot sizes are 8,400 square feet. Additionally, buffering and screening above code requirements are being utilized to mitigate any impacts to the surrounding rural and larger residential lots. It's external to the site, consistent with policy 12-1.1. Comprehensive plan policies both encourage diversity of lot sizes and mitigation of lots in new developments adjacent to lower density uses. The adopted definition of compatibility indicates it does not mean the same as. Rather, it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals in maintaining the character of existing development. The overall area contains mostly single-family residential development, and a planned development rezoning with single-family residential lots is compatible with the existing development pattern. The site is located within the Thona-Tasassa Community Plan limits. The request is meeting the intent of the community plan by maintaining the existing diversity of housing types and styles in the area. Based on these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the feature of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to conditions proposed by Development Services Department. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody here today in support of this request? Support? Yes, sir. In support, sir?
Yes.
Okay, come on forward. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Tom Folsom. I live at 10201 Tom Folsom Road. I want to give you a brief history of the area. I don't know how familiar you are with it, but I made my entire living from agriculture. So did my family. My mother's side of the family was Eberts. My great-granddad Ebert cleared the land starting around 1915. It was all planted in orange grove. The greening, we suffered through all phases of agriculture, including canker, but greening took the grove out. I try to maintain the grove now, and it's almost impossible to do because of, as you know, both sides are the total surrounding of the property. Toulon is to the east and south, or to the west and south. Bloomfields is to the east. So it's nearly impossible for me to do anything as far as what I need to do agriculture-wide, including burning, and I never burn nothing without getting a state burn permit. But I get complaints all the time. The other thing is that I have so much problems with vandalism. I've literally had thousands of dollars worth of hay burnt. I've had pasture fences cut. In a year's time, I had 17 stolen vehicles left on my properties. They would bring them out there, not just on Joe Ebert Road, but we farm other areas. I have cattle in numerous other places. They would steal everything off of the automobile seats and whatever, drive it out on an orange crate, leave it in gear running or knock it in gear running, and it would literally tear up, no telling how many feet of fence. So that's the reason that has led us into the decision to try to sell the property, and the reason we were asking for the zoning change.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate the comments. Anybody else in support? Okay, seeing none. Is there anybody here in opposition tonight? Okay, I see a number of hands. Did anybody get together and pick a primary speaker? Okay, since I don't see one, this is where it gets tough. Raise your hands one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's just about a minute apiece like this. Is that going to do it for you?
Not for me. Do you mind if I? Okay. I could be the main speaker, but I'll only take 3 minutes and give the rest of the time to them.
Does everybody else in agreement with that? Okay with it? Yes. Okay, there you go. 3 minutes. Thanks for helping out. Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
Deborah Harrell, 9611 Joe Ebert Road. I'm here today to share the many reasons why you cannot approve the zoning request 200101. Joe Ebert is a narrow 2-mile road that is zoned rural agricultural AS1, with the exception of 2 well-planned PUDs with large homes on large lots. The proposed PUD in no way is closely related to the predominant character of the surrounding neighborhoods and would in fact destroy the existing character of Joe Ebert Road. Joe Ebert Road may be on the edge of the urban service area, but it is not urban in character. During your 2-mile drive down this narrow county road, out the window you see ponies, cows, chicken, turkeys, lots of threatened species, sandhill cranes, burrowing owls, and even the infamous gopher tortoise. All of this is possible because of the rural nature and large lots. The proposed development puts 133 homes on property that is zoned for 12. The minimum lot width is 50 feet. And the big side lots that they're talking about are 5 feet wide, taken from their project narrative. There's no room for any wildlife. Joe Ebert Road is rural. It is right at the very edge of the urban or higher density area as set out in the 2040 comprehensive plan. It's right, this actually goes to the line where it becomes rural.
But is it on the urban side or the rural side?
It is.
Is it on the urban side or the rural side?
It's on the urban side.
Okay.
It's basically on the line where it becomes rural. To go from 1 or more acre lots to 50-foot lots is not a gradual transition, but a harmful difference that will destroy the predominant rural character of Joe Ebert and threaten already endangered species that live on and around the property. Your decisions don't turn on lot size, but environmental, economic, and social sustainability, and this application negatively affects all those factors by hurting wildlife diversity, destroying agricultural business, and destroying the character of an existing narrow neighborhood. Excluding the existing PUDs, I have corresponded with almost every owner on Joe Ebert, and so far every single owner is against this proposed development and wants to protect the rural character. Our well-being, with over 1,352 additional cars every day on a narrow road that Hillsborough has designated as substandard, is a whole additional area. Because it's a rural area, Joe Ebert is a 2-lane undivided rural collector roadway, and all the mailboxes are on one side. I risk my life getting the mail, and so does my 11-year-old son. There's also a huge school issue, and Armwood High may be way over capacity with all the new developments in the area.
This is about a 30-second warning for you, just letting you know in advance.
There's plenty of profit to be made developing the 12 homes. Please send a message that Hillsborough supports its existing neighborhoods and protects them. Don't put a builder's profit above our needs. Say no to 133.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate the comments. Now, everybody else who needs to speak, if you would, line up on either side of the room, and let's keep the
I also, one of my neighbors is disabled, and I'm hand delivering her testimony, Sandra Coy, 9520 Joe Ebert Road.
Thank you. Would you hand that to the clerk, please? And sign in there. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your service to me, guys.
Appreciate that. Good evening.
Thank you. My name is Karen McGinnis. I reside, you guys were talking about Track A, Track B. Well, we are the very tippy-top corner of that, with the property that was in, that you guys were trying to discuss there.
you
So
on the
I'm at
east side of Track B?
9937 Joe Ebert.
Are you on the east side of Track B?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So I don't even know where to start. My heart hurts for all of this. I'm a fourth generation Floridian, third generation Hillsborough native. And I can remember in the early 70s, my parents moved from Tampa to move to Brandon because they wanted to raise me and my sister in the country. And that's really why we purchased that property at Joe Ebert, because I have a 7-year-old son that we want to raise kind of in the country. The day that we closed on the house, that very next day is when we saw the rezoning sign, and it just tore us apart. I don't think it's going to be conducive to that area. The streets there are horrible already. Adding on to that property is not going to be conducive to the infrastructure at all. I have so much to say, and I'm trying to say it in a minute. When I look out on that property, and Tom, so there's so much rich history on that land. Tom Folsom kind of described it a little bit. He's been there very long time. But from what I gather, Joe Ebert built our home, and his brother assisted with that. And Don, who lives next door to me, who owns that 36 acres, I've developed a really good relationship with him because I've been asking him a lot of discovery questions about the property and about what happened there and the farming and the pecans and the peacocks that were on that land. And there's a reason that he's waited this long. He was born in our house 74 years ago. There's a reason he's waited this long to sell the property. We haven't, I say that because I want to keep the heritage of that land. And not see, I don't want to see Sefnerth and Onasassa become the next Riverview, Gibsonton, Waimama, and South. And
Okay.
I'll conclude with that.
Thank you for your comments. Hey, yes, sir.
Oh, and one last thing. I got this from the Hillsborough County website on zoning. Your goal is to provide for public safety, that road's not safe, and protect the character of our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
My name is Earl Mosley. I live 9512 Joybert Road. What I'd like to say about that, my wife worked 36 years for the school board. We bought an acre of land at that address. We spent $400,000 to put a house on it. And now you're going to let somebody put them little houses up there just to destroy what we have out there. That we've had acre lots, and we worked our life out. I'm 83 years old. I don't want to see them just come in there and just take over and just put little houses anywhere where people just talking about cars. You're going to have some cars there now if you allow that to happen. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
My
Good
name
evening.
is Tamala Smith. My address is 102.
Ms. Smith, could you move that microphone a little closer?
Yes.
Please? Yeah.
My name is Tamala Smith. My address is 10203 Laid Back Lane, Onasassa, Florida 33592. I object to this because, our area is, it's country, and we all don't mind one home per acre or anything like that, but when you're wanting to put well over 100 dwellings on 33 acres, our roads are deplorable. I was at a zoning meeting here January of last year. I heard there is no room for road improvements within our designated area until 2040. Graceland Estates is being built, other developments are still being built. It's going to have a major impact on the roadways, major. I'm on disability myself. I hate driving down Joe Ebert. I go down Schooley because it tears my car apart. I'd have to get a front end alignment once a month going down Joe Ebert. That's how bad it is. Even going down Williams Road, let alone all schools, not just Armwood. All the schools are at max capacity. When I mentioned it at a zoning hearing last year, I was told impact fees will resolve the issue. It's not resolving the issue because it's not being done. So, I mean, I live on, I guess you could say, the urban rural side, because I'm over off of Timmons Road, you know, and, you know, they wanted to put 4 homes per acre there, right across from my sweetheart's house. Well, what's the difference? They're going to come down Timmons Road, which 2 vehicles at the same time cannot pass each other on Timmons Road, because they're not going to want to take Joe Ebert all the way to 579, and they're not going to want to go to Williams Road because they're going to use Timmons as an alternate. It's already happening. You know, it's unreal.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate the comments. Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Ken Fialos. I live at 9608 Joe Ebert Road. I've been there 38 years, and I would like to say that the character of that neighborhood also has a rich tradition with African Americans. I was told that that was one of the few areas that African Americans moved to after the Civil War, and also that whole area was a Seminole Indian site that you could still find to this day, arrowheads. And lastly, you have a lot of traffic from the bus garage. The Hillsborough County buses go up and down that street, and it's supposed to be zoned for where you can't drive like a semi, but we see it all the time. It is a scary street at times. And lastly, I think at the end of Timmons, there used to be a black cemetery. So I really think that the agricultural nature, rural area needs to be preserved, and I'm sorry for Mr. Folsom's difficulties. I wish someone could help him with that.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Royce Branch Pierce. I'm a descendant of Raymond Larry from Joe Ebert Road. I live at 9604 Joe Ebert. The traffic was mentioned, both vehicular and walk traffic. You step outside 2 o'clock in the morning, various people are walking and carrying things up and down the sidewalks. I have to wait in my driveway 2-3 minutes in the morning to get my grandkids to school right around the street to Tom Folsom Elementary. So the traffic impact, the latest subdivisions that were built out there that we as Hillsborough County allowed multiple homes, 95 or 91 on Williams Road curve impacted. Williams Road is terrible. Right about the bus garage, all the way around the curve to Jennings Middle School, is bumpy. It's not tore up. We were promised that it was going to be resurfaced, and that hasn't happened. And now we're adding 133 more homes out there. No, I don't think that's a good idea. There was mentioned by Mr. Monsanto of some kind of turn lane. Where are you going to get the extra property from? The people on the frontage of Joe Ebert Road? I'm supposed to give up more of my acreage for this? I don't think that's a good idea. I don't appreciate it, being raped on my property, making my acreage shorter so other people can ride by. Because right now it's a bypass between Brandon and Sefner to University area in New Tampa. We've lost dogs. We've lost horses, cows, everything on that street. And just, I have grandkids. I would like to see them grow up. I would like to have a heritage for them and some kind of stability. And I don't need any more neighbors that won't speak to me. Okay? I don't need you to live down the street, come out your house, get in your car, and go to town, and you can't wave. I don't know who you are. I don't know what your demeanor is.
Okay, thank you for your comments, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
I'm David Trimble, 9714 Sorbonne Loop. I live in the Toulon subdivision, which is west of the property, and all of our properties are a half acre or more. it's zoned. It's been developed in the same zone that was set up for that area. It's very urban as compared to some of the rural areas they've talked about, but I don't see a need to really develop more density in that area because of the substandard Williams Road and Joe Ebert Road. So I think by adding more vehicles, you're just going to cause more problems.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. You got to bear with me. I got tremors.
Understood.
My name is Robert M. Tootin. I live at 101 Timmons Road. I lived out there for 41 years, and my hat's off to Mr. Tom Folsom. I know about him, been off for his years, but he's not the only one that's lived out there. I got people that's died that pushed Timmons Road in, pushed trees out of Timmons Road. I just know that I'm willing to accept, for him to prosper and all, but not a bunch of homes. We've just talked about Riverview down there, and it's hard for me to sit in that chair and not oppose all that stuff. But thank God I'm going to be out of there pretty soon when I just leave work, because Riverview is messed up. But we don't want the Nonasassa to be like that, and we sure appreciate it if you really look into this here when you go. I don't know what the outcome will be, but Mr. Folsom, he's had his life. I've never seen him work, but I know he worked hard at his ranch and farm and stuff like that there, so my hat's off to him.
All right. Appreciate that, sir. Yes, sir.
Roy Vaughn, 9937 Joe Ebert Road. I just purchased a home that Joe Ebert built. I'll be the most impacted by this proposed property. Just want to make one simple couple statements. One, I bought the property based off the land, rural land around it. I researched before I bought it, the history of a 110-year-old home. And the very next day, we found out that the proposed for the 103 homes came up, which is, again, disappointing. And the second thing about the road, the comment I always make my girlfriend is, baby, I'm going to go check the mail. I love you if I don't make it back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, we're going to close opposition testimony. Anything from staff?
Just for those who spoke, if they want to preserve their rights to speak to the board, again, with respect to filing oral argument, if they have any questions about that, Fernanda Quinones with the county staff is available to answer any questions regarding filing oral argument.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then the applicant has a final opportunity for rebuttal. Gentlemen, could you carry on? Gentlemen, could you carry on the conversation elsewhere? Go ahead.
Okay, for the record, Timothy Powell, Director of TSP Companies. Several items. One of the difficulties when you get in a situation like this is that this property is in the urban service area, immediately on the other side of Joe Ebert Road. It's not in the urban service area. That leads also to the situation that the comprehensive plan designation is Res 4. If you want to go ahead and develop it, you've got to develop it to a minimum 75% of the Res 4 category, which comes out to be 108 units. So automatically you're sitting in a situation where how do you balance this out? And that's why we worked such a long time with the Planning Commission, with Development Services, to come up with what everybody accepted, all the professional planners, came to realize was an acceptable amount of buffers in order to be able to create a level of compatibility. The comment about schools is, sorry, just inaccurate. We have in the record, the school board reviewed it, and there is adequate capacity in the area for the schools, for the school children being generated by the project. I'll refer to Mr. Razor on the traffic on Joe Ebert Road. But again, unfortunately, a lot of this is, and no disrespect to the citizens who spoke about the traffic situation, it's anecdotal information. We went through a professional traffic report, and Mr. Razor will go ahead and talk to the details about the traffic on Joe Ebert Road.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Razor? Good evening.
Good evening. For the record, Michael Razor, professional traffic engineer, have been sworn. 19046 Bruce B. Downs Boulevard, 308, Tampa, Florida. We prepared the traffic study to support this application. We identified that Joe Ebert Road currently and operates at level service C, will continue to do so with the development of this project at approximately half of its capacity. There was a discussion about a turn lane, which was identified to be required, which is a condition of approval, which would further reduce the potential for any adverse traffic impacts. And the location of that turn lane, it's a westbound left turn lane, for which the driveway for the project is at the western boundary of the site, more or less. And so that turn lane and the length of that turn lane would be wholly encompassed within the frontage of the site. Therefore, there's no issue with right-of-way and encroaching upon anybody else's property.
Just out of curiosity, would it all be contained within the existing right-of-way?
That's a question I'm going to have to defer to Trent on for that, the civil engineer. Whether there's approximately 50 to 70 feet of right-of-way along Joe Ebert, depending on where it is. I'm not sure if it would be within the existing right-of-way or if it would need to be a dedication on our behalf. Okay. But either way, it would not affect others' property. Okay.
Well, I think you answered the question anyway. Is it all? I guess in my mind, I was envisioning that there's other property. That's all your property, so it would be encompassed within the frontage of your property.
That is correct, within our frontage, okay. East of the western driveway.
Okay.
The other item that was brought up was general discussions regarding the.
What was that? Okay, I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. General discussions regarding the substandard nature of Joe Ebert Road. And it's important to identify that it's substandard in comparison to the county's TS7 typical section, which is for local and collector rural roads, which requires 12-foot lanes, 5-foot paved shoulders, 96 feet of minimum right-of-way. So those characteristics don't exist. The road, the lane widths are between 10 and 11 feet, depending on where you're at. There's a sidewalk on only one side of the road. The right-of-way is 50 to 70 feet. So again, while it's identified as substandard, that's in relation to a specific cross-section. In reviewing this with the county engineer, based on crash data and operational characteristics, we have come to the conclusion with the county engineer, which reviewed our information. They found it to be adequate as evidence through the approval of the administrative variance to the TS7 cross-section. And that is all I have. Be here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional information, it's anticipated that the turn lane will fit within the right-of-way, but it has yet to be designed, but it's anticipated that it will fit within the existing right-of-way. Also, I think it's somewhat unfortunate that we did go to quite a lot of effort to have a citizen meeting using the county notice procedure and held it on September 17th, and virtually none of this was presented to us, or the citizens chose not to go ahead and try to work with us. So it's quite unfortunate we weren't able to address those comments earlier. So that's.
Okay.
As I said, we use the county notice procedure and the notice requirements, and so that's all I can say as it relates to that.
All right. Anything else? All right. So with that, we're going to close PD 20-101. Thank you.
The next item then is agenda item D11, rezoning PD 20-0106. The applicant is Truett Gardner. The request is rezoned from RSC 6 to planned development. Annie Barnes will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Okay, if you all could kindly hold your conversations outside. We're continuing with our hearing. Thank you, though. Good evening.
Hey, good evening, Mr. Scrolla. Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive, here on behalf of the applicant, as well as Herod, the contract purchaser and developer.
Excuse me, I apologize for this, but I can't understand since there's other talking going on. Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you. I think the outset, a little bit of scene setting might be in order. I'm going to avoid the Elmo and make this pretty short and sweet given where we are in the evening. This property is located southwest of Brandon Regional Hospital in an area where there's a pretty high concentration of medical office development. This particular developer, our client, has previously done 2 PDs which were approved with staff support and without any citizen objection, just to the north, not adjacent, but just in the north proximity. First of those actually opened up for patients on Monday. It's a women's care facility. The intent here is to do a 40,000 square foot medical office building. That's less than half of what the developable intensity could be based on the future land use category. We had a great experience working with staff and appreciate their hard work. There are no waivers being sought. We agree with all of the conditions of approval that are being proposed. One kind of minor item of housekeeping I did want to address is that currently the condition calls for a 5-foot wide sidewalk along the frontage. What we would actually like to do is propose a 10-foot wide sidewalk, and so that's going to require 2 tweaks to the conditions, which we've already discussed with transportation staff here before this presentation, in which they support. In condition 6, we're just replacing in clause A the phrase existing sidewalk with the word proposed, so it'll read as the proposed sidewalk. And the reason we're making that change is due to the addition of a condition, which would be number 9, which I'm going to proffer into the record, and which James Ratliff with Transportation can shed light on if you need. The condition would read, the developer shall construct a 10-foot wide sidewalk along the project's frontage. Such sidewalk may require the developer to dedicate and convey an easement to Hillsborough County for public access and maintenance purposes, or otherwise dedicate and convey additional right-of-way to the county. That's something that transportation staff is signed off on. Happy to address any questions regarding that. Again, in summary, I want to thank staff for their helpful work on this and available to answer any questions at the appropriate time.
I don't have any yet, but thank you.
Thanks.
And Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening, Annie Barnes, Development Services. To summarize, the applicant is requesting to rezone approximately 4.26 acres from residential single family RSC 6 to planned development to allow for 40,000 square foot medical office use. The site is located within the Brandon community on the east side of South Kings Avenue, south of the intersection of South Kings Avenue and Brandon Boulevard. Transportation, as you heard, has no objection to the proposed rezoning subject to the proposed conditions. Majority of the surrounding zoning is comprised of professional and medical offices. Many of these medical offices support the Brandon Regional Hospital, and based on the general development pattern of the area, staff finds the proposed rezoning request approvable with conditions. And they are all on the staff report, and if you have any specific questions about those conditions, please let me know.
Well, so I think there's some modified conditions.
Correct.
Does James already have those, or
As I believe, as the applicant also stated into the record as well, that additional
right? But
condition regarding
is there going to
the
be a revised staff report? Or are you going to?
Yes, I will add those as well.
Okay, great. That's all I need. Thank you very much. And the Planning Commission.
Jawan Haley, Planning Commission. The subject property is designated Residential 12 on the future land use map. It is located in the urban service area within the limits of the Brandon Community Plan. The application requests to rezone the subject property from residential single-family conventional 6 to planned development, allowing for up to 40,000 square feet of medical office use. The proposed intensity is well below the maximum that could be considered in the residential 12 plan category for office uses and is therefore consistent with the residential 12 future land use category. The subject property is located in the urban service area where growth and development should be directed according to the future land use element. The Brandon Community Plan also includes a goal with regard to advancing economic opportunity and providing a broader employment base in the community. Adding a new medical office building works toward meeting that goal. The overall area of the subject property is located in the Urban General District on the Brandon Character Districts map in the Brandon Community Plan, which is designed to accommodate retail, office, and various residential housing types. A medical office building in this particular area also helps to meet this goal of the Brandon Community Plan. Typically, a non-residential use in the residential 12 land use category is required to meet locational criteria or request a waiver to said criteria. Because the subject property is not located within 1,000 feet of the nearest qualifying intersection, that would be Kings Avenue and Oakville Drive, the applicant has submitted a waiver request for relief from the commercial locational criteria requirement. Planning Commission recommends the Board of County Commissioners approve the waiver request, as the proposed development would be compatible with the existing development pattern, which includes several medical uses. The rezoning request is compatible with the existing development pattern around the area, as the immediate area contains a larger medical user, Brandon Regional Hospital, as well as over a dozen supporting medical offices. The area provides a concentration of medical uses that operate in tandem with the hospital, many of which are part of planned developments approved more than a decade ago. These uses are well established and are part of a transitional land use pattern between the existing residential generally located south of the subject property and the heavier commercial properties located to the north of the subject property, closer to Oakville Drive. Based on these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. Also, Planning Commission staff would like to file an updated report for this case. Again, we wanted to attach the map. The report did not change. We just wanted to attach the future land use map.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thanks for that. Anybody here tonight in support of this request? I see none. Is there any opposition to the request? Anything else from the applicant? Okay, and with that, we'll close PD 20-106.
And the final item on tonight's agenda is item D12, rezoning PD 20-0107, the applicant's LIV development. The request is to rezone from CI commercial intensive to a planned development. Stephen Beachy with county staff will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening, Cammie Corbett, 101 East Kennedy Boulevard, Suite 3700, Tampa, Florida. I'm here representing the applicant, and given the hour, I'm going to go ahead and introduce Kevin Manier, and he will provide our planning testimony.
Could you
Thank you, Cammie. Good evening. I'm Kevin Manier with Half & Associates, formerly Genesis Group, and I'm assisting LIV development in the rezoning of approximately 36 acres of land from commercial intensive, CI, to a PD to allow a mixed-use project. We're proposing two types of multifamily residential as well as commercial and office uses. The property is located on the north side of Fowler Avenue, encompassing the entire block between Jefferson Road and Walker Road. It's just east and has easy access to I-75. There's a 212,000 square foot flea market on the site today. Again, it's zoned commercial intensive, surrounded by commercial zoning on Fowler and Walker, and much of Jefferson has commercial also. And in your packet is the zoning map. To the west across Jefferson is a commercial building, approximately 40,000 square feet in size, currently used as a charter school. West of this building is the Tampa Bay Bypass Canal, which is a source of drinking water for Tampa. All lands within approximately 1,000 or so feet of this canal are designated as a surface water protection zone overlay. That's another one of the maps in your package. This overlay prohibits select non-residential uses, including underground or above ground storage tanks, such as used for gas stations, as well as select other commercial and industrial uses. I estimate about a quarter to a third of the sites within this overlay, and as such, those uses will be restricted. That overlay is put on the zoning plan. It's indicated on the zoning plan today. The subject parcel is designated as Suburban Mixed Use 6, which allows a full range of residential units at up to 6 to the acre, as well as limited non-residential uses. It's determined that the policies in the comprehensive plan require parcels within a mixed-use category to provide at least 2 uses. The second use has to be at least 10% of the land, or 3.6 acres. In response, we're actually providing more than 10% of the land, 3.73 acres, at the corner of Jefferson and Fowler, where there's a traffic light, and that's an area that we're proposing for commercial and office, while the rest of the site will be developed into the multifamily campus. The mixed-use policies also provide a density bonus to the next higher category. In this case, it's 6 to the acre to 9 to the acre for projects providing more than 2 uses. In response, we're providing non-residential. We're going to have both commercial and office. And the multifamily parcels proposed, we're going to have 2 styles of multifamily housing. We're going to have a 2-story rental townhome component. We're going to have a 3 or 4-story multifamily, but it's all going to be rental apartments or rental units. The proposed site plan proposes a mix of uses with a significant reduction in commercial and office entitlements at the signalized Jefferson-Fowler intersection. Pedestrian vehicular connections are provided to all 3 streets. Plenty of open space is provided, and the buildings will be well set back from the northern property boundary. I estimate it's going to be at least 100 feet from the northern property boundary, where there's a couple of houses. And it's also set back to save several large strands of trees along Fowler as well as Walker roads. We feel the project is compatible with its surroundings and consistent with the comprehensive plan, and we feel it's an appropriate request. It will eliminate 36 acres of underutilized strip commercial development today. It will provide for a 4-use horizontally mixed-use project with internal vehicular and pedestrian connectivity between all the uses, as well as provide pedestrian and vehicular connectivities to Jefferson, Fowler, and Walker. And it will provide greater residential opportunities to an underserved area of Hillsborough County with easy access to the Fowler I-75 interchange, which is located about 1,500 to 1,700 feet to the west, as well as closer to USF and the new Innovation District, and remain in full compliance with the surface water protection overlay. And we appreciate staff's working with us and recommending approval. And I have you've already met Ms. Corbett. We also have our traffic engineer, Mr. Henry, and our developer, Mr. McGurkin, and they both may have a couple of words that they want to put into the record also. Okay? Thank you.
Good evening. Steve Henry, Links & Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa, 33607. This is, what I want to do is just, we've done the traffic analysis for the project. As indicated, the project is on Fowler Avenue, which is a DOT road. So we've worked with DOT on the access to Fowler Road for the project. But what we've got is, today there is an existing right-in, right-out that serves the flea market. DOT has agreed to make that a directional median opening, which will be a left-in, right-out. And then in addition to that, we've got access to Jefferson. We've got 2 access points to Jefferson. And what we're doing on Jefferson today, if you go out there, you'll notice that there's restricted hours in which it is southbound only. That's during school hours. We've worked with DOT and the county and have determined we're going to make that southbound all the time. So it'll be from the northern school access, where it is today, southbound, will be southbound only. And then we've also got full access onto Walker Road. So that concludes my presentation, unless you've got any questions.
So explain the southbound only.
So the reason is, it's already there. And part of the reason is that when the school opened up, there was significant problems in that, one, the left turn lane on Fowler Avenue is not long enough to accommodate cars making a left. So when the school first opened up, people trying to turn left were backing out onto Fowler Avenue. There was queuing issues on Jefferson for the school. So what they worked with the school, and what they did was, their circulation pattern is now to come up Walker, circulate around, and come into the school, and then leave.
And that was hour conditional.
That was hourly conditional based on the school traffic. And so when we met with DOT, they said, we'd prefer that it be all the time.
Gotcha.
And part of it is, again, because of that left turn, because of as this develops, trying to restrict people when they can make a left, can't make a left. They just felt it was safer and better from that standpoint to make it full-time.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think with that, I would just conclude that based on the applicant's expert's testimony and the reports that are in the record, I think that there's substantial competent evidence to show that the applicant has met its burden, that the proposed development is consistent with the comprehensive plan and land development code, and request your approval.
Okay, thank you. And Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening, Steve Beachy, Development Services. I wanted to do a couple housekeeping items here. Just the site plan does have some changes to it that.
Thank you.
Wanted to give those to you rather than trying to explain them without looking at them. Just minor the change in the lot size and impervious surface is changed as noted there, and the one notation for ISR is actually FAR. And the rear in the commercial office component, the rear setback, it was stricken from the site plan, and staff agreed to those changes.
Okay, so these, have you been submitted the actual revised site plan, or is this just what you
This
agreed to?
is what will be the
Okay,
final
gotcha.
site plan.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Also noted in the, and I'll submit a revised staff report in the Exhibit 2 on page 2 of the staff report. It identifies 192 proposed units on the exhibit, and it should be 292.
Right in the middle of the site plan?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, with that, the applicant is requesting to rezone approximately 36 acres from commercial intensive to planned development to allow mixed-use development consisting of up to 292 multifamily units, including townhomes on approximately 32 acres and 22,000 square feet of commercial office uses on 3.73 acres. The change in use represents a downzoning from the commercial intensive uses to residential multifamily and commercial general uses. The applicant is proposing multifamily standards that conform to RMC 20, and for the commercial office, they're proposing standards that conform to CG uses. The applicant has received 2 design exceptions to the requirement they provide improvements to Walker Road and Jefferson Road. And transportation-related conditions require developers shall construct a northbound left turn lane on Walker Road entering the project site. With regard to the compatibility of the project, we looked at the surrounding area. The existing pattern of development in the area is largely commercial, except to the area to the north, which is has residential uses. The proposed project would actually decrease the intensity of the commercial development on that site. With regard to commercial office uses on the site, the project will not introduce any new incompatibilities to the area. The introduction of the 292 residential units in the area will likely enhance the development potential of the surrounding vacant commercial parcels. It appears the site is compatible for mixed-use residential development based on the pattern of existing development in the area and its location within the urban service area and the SMU 6 comp plan designation. There were no agency objections. Staff finds the request compatible with the surrounding area in terms of density and mix of uses, and finds the proposed general site plan supportable. I'm available for any questions.
Okay, I don't have any, but thank you yet. And the Planning Commission.
Joanne Haley, Planning Commission. The subject property is designated suburban mixed use on the future land use map. It is located in the urban service area within the limits of the Thonotosassa Community Plan. The application requests a density bonus to the next higher land use category. Per policy 19.3, projects that either include 3 or more land uses or vertically integrate 2 land uses may utilize a density bonus to the next higher land use category or floor area ratio. The provision also states that when considering mixed-use projects of 3 or more land uses, a different housing type may be considered as one of those uses. The plan development proposes 4 uses: office, commercial, townhome, and multifamily. The applicant is utilizing the density bonus to construct 292 units at 9 units per acre, which is the maximum density allowed within the residential 9 land use category. The residential portion will comprise 89.7% of the plan development. The application has demonstrated consistency with policy 19.3, and Planning Commission staff has determined the application is eligible for the bonus. Policy 19.3 also requires that at least 10% of the total building square footage in the project be used for uses other than the primary use. The application has demonstrated that the office and commercial uses comprise 10.3% of the planned development. The application has also demonstrated the integration and interconnectivity of the 4 proposed uses and satisfies the intent of Objective 19. The maximum allowable intensity for commercial uses within SMU 6 is a floor area ratio of 0.25. The maximum allowable intensity for office uses in SMU 6 is an FAR of 0.35. The application requests 17,000 square feet of commercial uses, or an FAR of 0.13. On 2.89 acres, the application proposes 5,000 square feet of office uses on 0.85 acres at an FAR of 0.13. The proposed intensity for non-residential development is less than what is permissible and satisfies the intent of the suburban mixed-use land use category in Objective 19. The subject site does not meet commercial locational criteria, and a waiver was submitted for review. The waiver states that the request is consistent with the character of the area and that commercial uses are found to the south, east, and west of the subject property. The waiver also notes that the subject property is currently zone commercial intensive and contains 212,453 square foot flea market. The proposed plan development requests commercial, general, and business professional office uses. The request will result in a significant reduction in non-residential intensity per the application. Planning Commission staff has reviewed the waiver and agrees that the proposed use is less intense than what is currently permitted on the site. The requested mixed-use development will facilitate new growth into the urban service area while remaining compatible with the surrounding area. Planning Commission staff recommends the Hillsborough Board of County Commissioners approve the commercial locational criteria waiver. The application proposes vehicular accesses to the site along the property's eastern and western boundaries. The application also proposes cross-pedestrian and vehicular connections within the site. The application has demonstrated the integration and interconnectivity of the 4 proposed uses and satisfies the intent of Objective 19. The subject property is within the limits of the Thona-Sasassa Community Plan. Goal 4 of the Community Plan seeks to maintain the existing diversity of housing types and styles. The plan also seeks to provide for commerce and jobs, but protect the community identity and limit the location, type, and size of new businesses to fit the surrounding area. The proposed rezoning will result in townhomes and multifamily development, contributing to a diversity of housing types in Thona-Sasassa. The planned development will also provide commerce and jobs while protecting the community identity with the proposed commercial and office uses. Based on these considerations, the Planning Commission finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to conditions proposed by Development Services Department. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, is there anybody here today in support of this request? Okay, I see 3 hands in total, but yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Stephen Shaddix, president of Big Top Flea Market.
Yes.
Last March, the board of directors, or the stockholders, at a stockholder meeting, we decided to, because of the business model, we decided to sell the flea market. And then we listed it with Nancy, with a land advisors organization to market the property.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Hello. I'm Ron Roberts, Fowler SS Associates at 9343 East Fowler Avenue. I'm the owner of the Extra Space Storage Facility that just opened about a year or so ago, right across the street. I just want to get on record that I'm in full support of redevelopment of that flea market, and I'd like to encourage you to approve whatever they want to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Diane Wantanay, and I'm the treasurer of Big Top Flea Market, and I wanted my name entered in the record for future meetings.
Sure.
Should Stephen not be able to attend.
Absolutely. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Surak. My address is 3710 West Horatio Street in Tampa, Florida. I'm the managing broker of the Land Advisors organization here in Tampa, and I was hired by the ownership of the Big Top Flea Market to provide land advisory and commercial real estate brokerage services as it relates to the sale of this property. Considering the commercial intensive zoning and the proximity to I-75 and I-4, I originally thought that the property would have a strong interest from commercial and industrial developers for a potential commercial use, business park, or even a distribution site. After marketing the property for a while, I began to explore a mix of uses, including commercial and multifamily residential. Frankly, I did not get the response I had expected from the commercial and industrial developers in our industry. I actively then pursued development companies that could accommodate a commercial and multifamily development. The owners of Big Top selected Live Development because we all believed that their proposal offered the highest and the best use for this particular property, and that we could ultimately fill a void for much-needed housing, along with smaller, more suitable commercial uses for this area, such as office. The site is located only 3.5 miles from the University of South Florida, the James Haley Veterans Hospital, Moffitt Cancer Center, and the USF Research Park. While not inside the Tampa Innovation District, we are at its doorstep and in very near proximity. In the Innovation District alone, it is estimated that there are today 74,000 jobs and 4,100 companies currently in existence. Our community and our county is actively currently focused on growing the Innovation District and the employers inside that area. Providing additional housing right outside of that area is what we in the industry would call smart growth. In addition, this site offers very reasonable access to I-75, where future residents who live there can go north or south to various business parks to work. There are thousands more jobs along I-75, and this site will allow those people who live here the ability to have a much better quality of life and a much shorter commute, rather than having them live in South Hillsborough County, Brandon, or even north in Pasco County. This project will give us as a community an opportunity to also capture new and recent graduates of USF, keeping that talent right here in our county. The development plan proposed will result in far less traffic for the neighborhood than if it were to be developed as it is currently zoned for commercial intensive for a use such as a strip mall. Further, we are excited that we actually have adequate school capacity in both the elementary and middle schools, as well as we are very close to the brand new Dr. Patel Charter High School. Based on my 15 years of professional commercial real estate experience, I don't come across sites like this very often, and I believe in redeveloping the Big Top Flea Market to a site that will offer a mix of uses proposed in this application is good for our community and the immediate neighborhood, and I'm here to offer my full support. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Was there another hand I saw up there? Yes, sir. Anybody else after this gentleman that needs to speak in support? Okay. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk. My name is Joseph Falk. My address is 30850 Darby Road, Dade City, Florida. I am here because I own 4 acres of land right across the street from this project.
Which street?
Fowler Avenue. Okay. Directly across the street. My property is zoned part of it is zoned CI. So it would be very beneficial for my increased value of my property. However, this may not sound like I'm in favor. I am in favor, but I also want responsible growth. And I'd like to point out a few things that concern me greatly, okay?
Are you still in support?
I am in support,
Okay.
but I want to voice my concern, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
May I approach you with this?
Are you going to hand it to me?
I'm going to give it to the record, yes.
Okay, yeah, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And may I use the...
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
There's a microphone there.
So help me out.
There's a microphone beside you. Pick that up, push the button up, lay your paper down on the Elmo.
Thank you. I guess it's on screen. This property has already been mentioned. It's about a quarter mile east of I-75 on Fowler Avenue. And you may see a 1 there. My property is right there across, almost across from the main entrance. Here is my biggest concern, and I think you might hear it from the folks that are objecting. The school, when they put the school in at the southwest corner that they talked about earlier, it has been a disaster. It has been a disaster. All the traffic for that school, I heard somewhere in an article, 335 cars a day. They go across the front of the subject property here on Fowler. They have to make a left-hand turn and go all the way around the subject property and back to the school. The teachers end up parking on the side road because they don't have enough parking at the parking lot at the school. So now I've heard that there are going to be, this is what I've heard in an article, the traffic engineer for the property could probably tell us more. Supposedly it's going to increase the visits here by 3,500 visits a day to this area because of this project. They have not added any changes to the access to the property. The access to the property is all the same as it is now. Yes, they did talk, as you see my number 1 on the map, they did talk about, they have a little Dodge in there on this, excuse me, they have a Dodge in there, and I'm not a traffic engineer, but I'm guessing that might hold 25 cars. They also, down near the end where you make a left, you go on the far east side of the property, they increased the Dodge in there. I call it a Dodge in. I don't know the official word. It holds about 10 cars since they put in the school. And now they're going to increase it to probably hold about 25 cars. So we've increased our Dodge in capabilities for probably 50 cars total. From what I've heard is 3,500 visits a day with cars because of the project. I'm for the project, but I want responsible traffic control. This is a dangerous situation over here by this school. We're going to have that traffic coming out there with that school. Now, if you go if I can show you the next page, adding the school, just adding the school, 335 cars a day, my property is on the far right side of this picture. This is the center island between, this is the traffic heading east going down to the road that they have to make a left across Fowler. This is what it looks like twice a day with only adding 335 cars to that school twice a day. And now the next picture, if I may, that's a continuation. The picture I just showed you in this one is the fast lane on Fowler Avenue. It's dead stopped, sir. It's dead stopped. So you have from Walker Road back over, you see the green street sign there, to Jefferson, you have twice a day for about 45 minutes. It can be totally blocked, the fast lane. Now the next picture will show you, this is from my property, looking across the street at the Big Top. The cars in the far left lane are dead stopped in the fast lane of Fowler. The only lane you have on 2/3 of that big top property is the center lane. Because you see the lane in the foreground right in front of my property, that's a merge lane that ends. It's very exciting to sit out there and see the traffic that's going to try to dodge from the fast lane to the center, and then you see the people that take off from the light at Jefferson. They got it within about 200 yards. They've got to get into the center lane. Everybody's running to the center lane. So by adding all this traffic, we've added a dodge in to accommodate 50 cars. This is a real problem in this area. We've got school kids, and in the morning, these people are bringing children in their cars. There's no school buses. It's all private family cars. I'm still for the project, but this is totally irresponsible. And you can see here, again, another example of the trucks, and he's in the what is now the center lane, but it's really the only through lane we have on Fowler, with the addition of a school with 335 cars, and we're going to now talk about 3,500 visits. The next picture shows...
Okay, sir, you've gotten your point across. You're sounding
but I got one
You're
more.
sounding strangely like opposition testimony to me, and I've got people I think that need to talk. So because I granted you some flexibility, listen to me.
Yes, sir.
Because I granted you some flexibility, why don't you go ahead and start wrapping it up now? But I'll let you finish up.
Okay. And the last picture is the property. The cars on the right are heading east to the turn where they have to cross over Fowler to go into that road that goes around the property. Now, you notice the cars coming, they're going west, and they also are all going to turn into that school lane to go around the sub-big property. Here's what happens. All those cars were really on Fowler. Most of those cars were heading east and went up and did the U-turn like you see at the top of the page. They all make U-turns and come back. It's a disaster here, and it's dangerous. And then coming out of the school, it's equally dangerous. So that's my concern. I appreciate the development to the property. It's much needed, but I want responsible traffic involvement from the county and the state.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right, I'm going to close supporting testimony. And how many people here tonight need to speak in opposition? Okay, there's a whole lot of you. Is there a primary speaker? Okay, now, sir, how much time do you need? With the rest of you, it looks like less than a minute apiece. Is that going to be acceptable?
I need 1 minute.
Anybody else need longer?
I need a couple minutes, that's it. I just need 1 minute.
Okay, so I'm going to hold most of you to about a minute there. Come on up, sir.
Thank you. My name is Benny Kirkland. I own the property at 9460 Caniglio Drive, which is on the north side. I'm also speaking for the estate of the Caniglios and Judith Caniglio, which we all on the north side. In this meeting, it was never mentioned that the north side is Caniglio Drive. Now, there's several issues that I oppose us on. One, this will affect our water level because we're all wells. And when you bring that many people in, it has a lot to do with water.
Like what?
Like what? Because we use the canal as our water level coming through, and they flood the canal when we have a sensitive area behind us. Swift mud controls.
Yes.
It's the Jefferson equestrian area. Yes. So the south side that they're talking about, the east side of the flea market, only making it one way, would affect horse trailers going in there, and also affects the USF ROTC program because they come every Thursday and park on Caniglio Drive. So along with the school traffic, you have all that traffic too.
You jumped from me from wells to traffic, and
I did.
Lost me
I did.
completely.
I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
But
what is it about the wells that are going to be a problem?
they'll be using a lot of water from that area. If
And
you
for
put that-
what?
For what? Irrigation, water, fish, flushing toilet. But we're worried about that.
Hold on one second, sir.
Yes, sir.
I need to are we in the urban service area here? It's going to be public water.
I'm not public water. Public water is just on the north side of Coniglio Drive.
Okay, hold on one second. Give me a moment.
Okay.
Well, let me just make it easy.
Okay.
Hold on, sir. Ms. Corbett, is this project planned to be served by public water?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll pass on that issue, but we'll go back to the traffic issue. You're putting a lot of before the school came in, the county came in and redid the roads. Well, with all the traffic that we've had there, it's starting to crack again, so you'll have to resurface that again too. But if you limit us to coming in just one way, that west side floods 2 or 3 times a year. And the property owner hasn't tried to fix that issue, so I don't think he's going to fix it in the future. So we have to go down and go around on the east side of the flea market and come around. When that school's in, that's a big problem. Just about all I can think of.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, yes. In fact, anybody who's going to speak, let's go ahead and line up and let's keep moving it through. And ma'am, since you got up first, you're next. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jackie Adams Aline. I reside at 9460 Fowler Avenue. I'm just a stone's throw from the flea market. And this is my first time at one of these hearings. Actually, I don't know if I'll ever attend another one, but I am quite concerned. I'm not impressed, or I'm not optimistic that residents come here and we all seem to voice our opinion, but does it really matter? Everything seems to be depend on, I understand the need for development, I understand the need for people to sell their property, I understand the need for the firms they hire to make the money to sell the property. But we need to be concerned about the safety. The gentleman that spoke at the traffic, I live on Fowler. The school is a disaster. They've gotten so bad that they're not able, it starts backing up from Morris Bridge. Then they're not able to turn, so they've developed this new style where they go all the way down to 301, they U-turn to go back down to school. That backs up, so they pull off to the side of the road, so all these cars are parked there. I live there, it takes me 15 minutes to get out of my driveway. That's a concern. It's a safety issue. There's an accident at Jefferson, Walker, and William Road every week, 2, 3. There was a bad one on Thursday. I was stuck there for an hour. What provision are they going to make to accommodate all of this? Fowler is a mess. When there's an accident on I-75, everyone gets off. 301 people gets off. It's just every day, from in the morning and evening. It's a problem.
Thank you for your comment.
All right.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
My name's Rodney Smith. I live at 10,016 Ohio Avenue in Thanota-Sassa. I've lived in Thanota-Sassa all my life. Parents bought property back out there in 1960. I was born and raised out there, half a mile from where the flea market was, or is. One of my main concerns right now is who's going to clean up that property. Are the new developers going to clean it up? Because starting in 1958, Golden Gate Speedway opened. In 1962, it was sanctioned by NASCAR, and from there until the end, it was nothing but a racetrack. The first half of its life was a dirt track. A dirt track at that time meant before every race, the roads were oiled down. Everything was oiled down. All the garbage that was produced on that property was big holes were dug, and everything was put into the ground. Gasoline at that time, all the way up until the 80s, was lead-based. It was lead gasoline. All of that, all the oil, all the gas, all the cars that had wrecks, gas went all over the place. Around 5 years ago, Walmart wanted that spot. Y'all turned it down because of 2 things. One was the traffic that it would cause, And then Walmart, whenever they found out how toxic that dirt was and that soil was and how much it was going to cost to clean up that area, also turned it down because they didn't want to have part of it. So I just like to know who's going to be responsible for that, or who is going to take responsibility and say they will pay in 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, when people and kids that are children now start having kids and they start having birth defects and they start having cancer and everything else from the toxicity in that soil.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I do know that they have checked it, but they've done it in the outfield. The other thing is the traffic. I don't care what the engineer study has said, they haven't gone out there and looked at it. They need to go look, and not at the middle of summertime whenever there's no traffic. Look at rush hour when 301 backs up. Look at Harney, all of them. Harney Road backs up, 301 backs up, Fowler backs up. I-75 is a complete standstill from roughly 3 o'clock until 7 o'clock at night from Brandon to New Tampa. You can't even use I-75. In the morning, by 6:30 in the morning, it is totally stopped. What good is that as access when you can't get on it? And they are right. That school has made a total disaster of the area. The engineers are going to say whatever they can to get it done, but get out there and look at it.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Scott LaBosse, 6312 North Queensway Drive in Temple Terrace. I am with that school, the disaster that went in 13 years ago. We're a charter school, middle school, grades 6 through 8. We have 660 students. We are the top-rated middle school in Hillsborough County and have continued to do that for year after year. We're sad to lose the Big Top. They've been a wonderful neighbor. We've had a very good working relationship with them. I won't berate the traffic. We certainly know the impact we have had. You know, we mentioned Pepin earlier, talking about the queuing issue. With any school, queuing is so critical. Yes, we wrap all the way around Coniglio and up Walker and out onto Fowler.
It's all queuing? That's not simply the left turn, it's queuing from the school all the way back?
That is all queuing. That is every day at dismissal. In the morning, we rarely back out onto those roads. It's a much quicker process. More time to have the drop-off period, so there's a better flow. But given the drop-off window...
In your experience, what's the length of time of that, the portion of traffic that sits out onto Fowler?
The portion that sits out onto Fowler is probably... There will be a group, they are absolutely correct. Everybody talking about a lot of cars go past Walker, going eastbound to do a U-turn to come back westbound Fowler because it's safer to make the right turn.
But how long do you think this peak lasts?
The peak out there lasts about 30 minutes in the afternoon.
Yeah. No, hey.
No, I understand. I do understand our cars begin lining up at 2 o'clock. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm talking about the time that we back out onto Fowler, the physically back up where they can't enter Walker. That's about a maximum of 30-minute window. The turn lane is not long enough. There are many, many issues. We've worked with DOT. We've installed a tunnel. We've installed a turn lane. We've done a lot of different things to try. It is a challenge. One thing, though, I just wanted to go back to, we talked about the development that is compatible commercially with west and east. And when we were talking about the Pepin, they talked about it's a well supported from a residential community. And so for us to be viewed as the commercial property to the west, questionable. The commercial property to the east is no offense to the business, it's been there a long time, but it is a trailer gun range. That is the extent of the commercial property to the east. So when we're talking about commercial property, that it's in conjunction with what's there already, we're really, not sure where the fine line stands there.
Okay, sir. If you would wrap it up, you wanted a minute.
I absolutely will. I think it goes just, the disappointment, if there was something to share, is that no one has involved us with any transportation plan, because there is definitely a problem here. There is no doubt, if you heard from everyone, there is no way the current setup is allowed to handle increased use of the number we're talking about. We will work with anyone, but we have to have a better plan. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Ken Zellers. I own the commercial property on the east side of Walker Road on Fowler Avenue. The traffic there is bad to where it regularly impedes customer access to my commercial property. This project is expected to triple the traffic there, which will make it even more devastating to the property. The Walker Road does regularly flood and is often closed for multiple days at a time, and even weeks. If they're going to have Jefferson Avenue or Jefferson Road strictly southbound, that means all the people accessing the nature preserve, the 1,000-acre nature preserve at the north end of Jefferson, will all come down Walker Road. This project, if approved, will financially devastate the commercial viability of my land.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Thank you, sir. How you doing?
Good.
My name is James Long. I live at 11671 Round Table Way out there in North Sassa. I just started going out to the flea market. I've been going out there off and on 20 years. I just started renting out there. But there's a lot of people still out there that have businesses out there. If you close that down, they're all going to lose money. Now they got to find new places to go. That's all I got to say.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, I'm going to close opposition testimony. Anything from staff?
Again, for those who spoke, if they have questions regarding filing a oral argument in order to reserve the right to speak to the Board of County Commissioners, Fernando Quinones is available to answer their questions.
Okay, thank you. I think it's possible I want to hear from the county, but I think let's hear from the applicant. And I mean, obviously, I want to hear discussion about transportation.
Steve Henry, Links and Associates again.
Steve, I don't think that's not on.
On switch to this one. I'm on.
It's good.
He says I'm on.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So to answer the question about what we've obviously went out there. We did counts. We did them during school. We've looked at the traffic, and we are doing significant improvements out there. The first one we're doing, and part of the reason why DOT agreed to give us the directional median opening was because of the school traffic. Instead of putting not only our traffic on Walker making a left and the school traffic, but by providing an alternative left turn into our site so we don't have to go out, all the traffic doesn't have to go onto Walker if it's extended. But in addition to that, we're adding...
So what's the length of that turn lane going to be to access point A?
It is going to be... It's about 500 feet long.
It is.
Right. And we're extending the one on Walker to about 600 feet.
So what's the... well, how many cars is 500 feet, roughly?
500 feet is roughly about 20 cars.
And so those cars will be isolated to left turns into this facility.
Correct.
They won't be, well, is there going to be a conflict between access, between Walker Road vehicles turning left and backing up westward down Fowler into such that your turn lane becomes a problem?
Well, we're extending that to 600. We're extending the turn lane on Walker to 600 feet.
Does that make it all one long turn lane?
No, there is a break in it.
There is.
So that there's a clear delineation between the directional median opening and Walker Road. In addition to that, although not shown here, likely DOT may require us to put a right turn lane on Jefferson on Fowler. Although really not necessarily, because we are having access to there, not necessarily our traffic is generating the need for it, but more the school traffic, but because we're there, that there's the likelihood for that. In addition to that, we're adding a southbound right turn lane on, and I'm happy to give you a copy of this if you'd like it, giving a southbound right turn lane on Jefferson to Fowler, again, to help the traffic flow from that standpoint. We're extending the right turn lane on Fowler into our directional median opening. And then in addition to that, on Jefferson today, because it is it's two-way part of the time, one way. When we convert it, there will be 2 lanes southbound when they're exiting the school. So we're going to convert that from, today it's 1 northbound, 1 southbound. We're going to convert it to 2 southbound lanes. So that's going to help.
That's going to help to move traffic out?
Correct. It'll help move traffic out quicker. And that's part of the reason why we're converting it to a full-time, one-way southbound traffic, to help get that traffic out faster and help the overall circulation in the area. The issue really becomes, and we do a lot of schools, so we know what the issue is that in the afternoon, parents, for whatever reason, like to get there early, and that's what that queue is. In the morning, like I said, they typically don't have a problem, and that's typically what we see in most schools, charter schools, is we don't have a problem, and it's the PM. And so what this does is it's still not going to stop those parents from coming there early, but what it will do is allow that queue to move faster through that intersection to alleviate or reduce that queuing that you might see on Jefferson at Fowler Avenue. And again, the issue is not necessarily that they can't get through the intersection, it's the fact that they have queued up all the way around. But again, what we're doing is providing an alternative to that both for the commercial and the multifamily, so that our patrons have another way to be able to avoid that, which is if you're coming in, you turn in our directional median opening, we've got our access.
Well, maybe assuming your directional opening isn't blocked by the queuing cars turning left onto Walker.
Again, we've looked at the numbers. Based on our analysis, we believe that turn lane is long enough to be able to accommodate that.
Okay. It's a strange problem because really this queuing problem results from the school.
Well, it does, but also you have to understand that we're multifamily and some commercial. The hours of the school are not the peak hours of the uses that we've got. So at 2 o'clock or in the afternoon, yes, you're going to see for 30 minutes, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you may see some of that back.
Is that when that peak is?
Correct. It happens. Okay. It happens right before school lets out.
3:05.
3:05. Okay, 3:05. Just want to clarify. But again, it happens in the afternoon outside the typical PM peak hour for Fowler Avenue for residents and for commercial. And it happens for a very brief period of time. So yes, there may be at that brief period outside the peak hour, during the PM peak hour, again, we've provided a lot longer turn lanes to help alleviate a lot of that problem. And we've provided the ability for people on Walker, once that they start, to be able to get out faster. So we think it's going to help the situation. But again, that brief period is happening at 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, outside the peak hour.
Did you discover any other places that cars ought to be stacking for the school?
Well, the issue is that they're stacking on, which is typical. Today, this school would not be able. This school would not be there today.
Absolutely.
Because they do not provide the queuing on site that is required per the code today. Unfortunately, they're using the public road system for their queuing for their school. Now, whether that school stays there, what their plans are.
Well, back to my question. Did you see any other place that they could be stacking?
At this point, no. I mean, unless they can redo their internal.
Can I see the site plan again?
Their site plan?
No, yours, but yours is back up again. No, it's up. No. This site, that's all.
Okay.
This site plan.
Okay.
Have there been any discussions between you guys and the school about what is going on with stacking?
I have not had any discussions, no. Sure.
Yeah. Can I speak to the school
Sure.
conversations? Good evening. Tim McEachern, Live Development, 2114 Branch Hill Street, Tampa, Florida. So I've had the opportunity to speak with Terrace Community Middle School, Gil Schisler and Todd Abden. We've had multiple conversations. Those are both board members. Gil and I have spoken on multiple occasions about their plans to relocate. And essentially, at the time that we spoke, which is both in October and also in December, they were in pretty advanced conversations to relocate over to the Kiran Patel High School. That property went through a major modification last year, and that's PD. That's the original PD 14-1103. I think staff can speak to that modification. But the intent of the Terrace Community Middle School is to relocate their facilities to sell or abandon this location, and to align with the charter high school that's accessed through Rollison Ranch Road. So it's not directly accessed here off of Fowler.
Okay, thank you for that. Anything else from the applicant?
Just a couple clarifications. Water and sewer service would be provided by the city of Temple Terrace. We've explored that. We've had meetings with them. We spoke about the intent of the charter school. And then we've also we've completed phase 1 environmental studies on the property to confirm that there aren't soil contaminants from its prior use as a racetrack. So that's been cleared.
Thank you for that information. Anything else from the applicant?
Yes, please, one more thing. I'm Kevin Manier with Genesis Group. The piece of property today is zoned CI, and it's 34 plus acres at a 0.35 FAR. They can build about half of them all, over 500,000 square feet of heavy commercial uses today under the current zoning. We look at this, and your staffs look at this, as a significant downzoning. What we're proposing is something far less intensive than what it's currently approved for today. I don't know anything about why the Walmart left the site, but it was not because of zoning, because it is approved today. CI zoning allows a Walmart, it allows truck terminals, and all sorts of quasi-heavy commercial and very light industrial uses today. So we consider this a downzoning, a reduction in intensity.
Mr. Henry, I had one more question. So there were some numbers kicked around, but I didn't hear you enter the increase or decrease in transportation generated from the current site to the proposed site.
Well, we've looked at the trip generation for the proposed site. As Mr. Manier had indicated, at 500,000 square feet, this would be a significant reduction in the amount of traffic that could be generated by CI uses at 500,000 square feet. It would be a tenfold reduction in the amount of traffic that would be generated by the existing zoning.
Any anticipation of what the comparison would be to the existing Big Top?
As far as daily peak hour?
Either way, express.
Well, daily is about, typically, because not open when we're looking at weekday numbers, it's about 3,500 new PM or new daily trip ends.
That's where that number came from?
That's the number came from. It came from our report, yes.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
James? And the applicant will have an opportunity to rebut if there's anything there.
James Ratliff, Transportation Review Section. So PD, or it was major modification 190790, was approved by the board in October, and that was for an expansion of at the Kiran Patel school site for the Terrace Community School, which
It was.
My understanding based on the testimony that evening and Mr. Schisler being in attendance to support that application is that they will be relocating for what that's worth. I mean, obviously, it's still there today, but my understanding is that that is the plan. In terms of the staff report, I did want to just update I noticed an error in the summary where it says the amount of the reduction in the trips. Staff is underestimating the amount of reduction from what could potentially develop under the existing CI zoning.
So what page is that?
This is in the transportation backup.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in the agency staff report. We had summarized 4,950 daily trip reduction, 280 AM peak hour, and 277 PM peak hour reduction. Actually, that is the amount generated by the net traffic generated by the proposed development. The reduction is 12,906 daily trips, a reduction of 165 PM trips, and a reduction of 1,525 PM peak hour trips.
From the development entitlement that exists today?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Are you going to submit revised into the file, revised staff report?
Oh, we can do that, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, James. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, last opportunity for applicant rebuttal.
No, I think that concludes our presentation.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we'll close RZ 20-107, and thank you, everybody. Have a nice night. We'll end our hearing.